Hello, friends. I think this might be the latest we've ever been without notice. Welcome to Roller Quest, where we are always late. We had camera issues, and we were going to be late anyways. So camera issues spiraled into
professionalism.
We're here now. Yeah. So that is where we're at. Okay. With that, we have nothing special to say today. So we are simply going to get started. Where we had last left off, the Cubix Ascenders effectively continued their fight with Sepal within Bahamut's celestial realm. The fight, we'll say, started to go south while you guys were making steady progress against Sepal in your fight. He, especially once he had moved on to his third phase, he started rapidly depleting your health, we'll say. Razu was, unfortunately, Razu was killed again. However, Gurgle did use his Cube of the Infinite Mote of the Infinite.
He's the whole fucking cube.
I struggle. It is what it is. Cube of the Infinite is the thing.
You better believe it.
The mode is the piece of it. He uses Mode of Possibility to effectively slightly rewrite the events around Razu's death, which does mean that your DC did not increase. I didn't clarify that last week, but I do want to clarify that real quick.
John, what do you just ate it?
The cube.
Speedrun ending. You eat it.
Chill.
Entropy is too strong for you. Explodes. Entropy escapes. Easy dubs.
Right.
Humanoids. With that,
Speedrun.
after it was rewritten with Bahamut's blessing and the empowerment of Kirktusk within Gurgle's weapon currently, after burning through his legendary resistances, you were able to stall out the fight until Bahamut was able to finish his Hero's Feast. Is what it was loosely based off of. Upon finishing his Hero Feast, Bahamut effectively enacted control over his realm, instantly ended Kirktusk's form, and we'll say brought him under control. That said, just as Cain was ready to kill Sepal, Bahamut asked him instead to spare him, saying that his life was necessary to save Selpharion. Much to the dismay and confusion of Cain. That said, as soon as he did, Ralamon appeared, and seemingly in reaction to that, Bahamut's realm, either caused by Ralamon, I would even go as far as to say you guys would assume caused by Ralamon. Ralamon has shown up, said that he can't quite have this ending the way that it is currently playing out, and the realm has started to fracture. The sky has shattered, much like a mirror or a muriel of stained glass shattered, and even like pieces of the sky would be starting to fall as well. Bahamut as well. He himself, it almost seems like he's split, like he himself is, again, a work of art, almost like a stone statue that has been now rendered and is starting to fall apart, yet also perfectly frozen in time. So, where we get to start is with good old Ralamon, who again has just shown up from behind a tree a little bit distance away. Currently, it is just the two of you that are here, being the last two that had stayed to wait out Sepal.
What happened to the dragons in the distance? Are they also frozen in time and shattered? Or?
They almost look like they're part of the backdrop to the sky. So this realm has felt very alive and for lack of a better way to put this as a gamer, very three-dimensional. Now it almost feels like you're in a painting. Even though you can still kind of move freely, the distant mountains now look instead like a picture that you're looking at that is, again, that is cracked and broken. The dragons, even in some of the cases where they're have locked in fight, and you see like a dragon that had started to fall, they've now frozen in place. The whole realm, again, has almost turned into more of a painting rather than an actual place. With that, Ralamon, addressing you, Jess, well, first off, it's been too long. Oh wait, I apologize. We've not met in an official capacity. I saw you previously, Gurgle, joining in my games. Should I say following the Chosen? I will say you are an unexpected anomaly, but pleasurable nonetheless. I don't mean to take too much of your time, though. I just need him, as he would point to Sepal.
I will step in front of Sepal.
Okay. He has not actually moved again. He's a good 100 we'll say 100 feet away for sake of distance.
Growling slightly, I would say.
Over my corpse.
No. We can't have that. You're still important to the grand play. You're one of the main characters.
I'm actually going to try and remove Sapal's head.
Okay.
Do it.
Basically, my tail is just going to whip out behind me and just try and take his head from his shoulders.
Okay, so for the sake of this, I'm going to have you go ahead and make an attack. And it's going to be, you're making an attack against Ralamon's spell DC. Numbered would be a 23 then. I will say, due to Sapal's current state, if you hit, you will be successful.
I have a plus 16. I don't have foresight anymore. There's nothing giving me advantage, and I think it's just a straight roll.
So you would just...
Natural 20.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's critical!
You don't even need the coup de grace. You just actually crit. As Kane would take his tail and just whoosh, and as it hits Sapal, there's like that brief moment of like almost like pause. Is this realm almost like again in like a picture? Your tail hits and you feel the impact. And again, for almost a split second, you feel frozen in this realm, whatever is currently happening to it. Not enough though to actually hold to hold back the actual power behind the tail, especially because although you can feel the power fading, the presence of Bahamut's power is definitely still here. You do know, again, you would notice that there's something wrong and it's starting to fail. Still enough to hit and just kind of, and it would just snap, taking the head and then ripping it clean off as his corpse would fall to the ground. Ralamon, there's for to start. He says, you know, this is why you're one of the most important. You always play so perfectly. As he would look to the shattered piece of Bahamut on the stairs, where the picture again of Bahamut now broken, fully almost like, and starts to actually almost like crumble again, almost like he's a statue. You all play your parts beautifully, and honestly, I don't think I could have chosen better. But this is an important lesson for you and, well, really for all of you. This is the point where you would be able to re-arrive, assuming that was still the intent from last session.
That would be Roz's intent. Iris was having doubts. Did you still come?
So you guys had gone to the tower. I know that you'd stepped away. You guys had gone to the tower and you were healing. You were healing up, waiting for them to wait out the end of the fight, that last little bit.
Iris, why is the sky falling?
Have I seen this before?
Is this
Oh
falling
no,
for them?
no. Them saying that they would re-enter the realm at this point because they had mentioned last session that they were working to get back as soon as they had healed.
How did it
The,
even work?
the,
They get
the
stuck
old
on the
dwarfs
stairs?
told the truth. The sky would fall on our heads.
I mean,
We must go underground.
looking at Bahamut.
Did Sapal get to him?
Oh no. He broke his own law. Again, an important lesson for all of you. Part of your task, your assignment, given and accepted by the lot of you, is dealing with the gods, and in some cases you may have to fight them in their realms. So I felt it was best to show you what, or better said, how to break a god's control.
Then, if you are on our team, why did you just kill probably one of our best allies?
Oh, he's not dead. He's simply lost, that is to say, the gift of the divine. In more layman's terms, he's now mortal. However, if you wish to, this would be a fine opportunity.
But
Do
right?
I know that he said he didn't want Spell dead, or effectively a lot of terms?
You could have been approaching. when
Yeah,
you-
I could say that you had entered the realm and you heard it in the distance. Just
What are you playing at?
what do you mean playing? I've always been working towards the same goal. I told you the day we met. You and the other say, possibilities, although they did not play out quite as well as you. Our true main character, the star of our fine show. Your role has always been the most important. And might I add, like Cain, you play it oh so beautifully.
What is the point of you being here? Or is it just to rub salt in the wound?
No, the first point was mainly to ensure Sepul's survival was met short, we'll say. I do appreciate you again, Cain. I was worried that Bahamut's words might have gotten to you with past wounds and all, but you again, you hold true. And I appreciate that you stick to your character.
Well, if you selected us and you're still trying to be rid of the gods, then why not answer some questions?
Oh, please. I will warn you, as you would look, and again, the sky is still, this realm is in the process of breaking. Very much so.
By the way, Durnick has picked up a random piece of broken sky and is staring at it confusingly.
It's literally like you've got like half of a dragon in it, like a small painting picture of the dragon like falling. And as you look at it, you swear that although it is like a piece of glass, you swear you can almost like reach out and touch it. And as you reach into it, you very much so still do. Oh. It is a picture that you can reach, but your hand doesn't get closer. It would be very, very odd.
Is everything in this realm going to disappear?
Oh yes, as is standard when a god's realm, when a god's law is broken. This is something this could be considered more of a common occurrence, you could say, if you're successful.
All right.
I would grab Sepul's corpse and put it on my back.
He has them.
Just to make sure it doesn't disappear when we leave.
Okay, so this is as Raza would move over to the corpse. A very gruesome, almost like piggyback, I assume, even collecting the head.
Bahamut's realm is a realm of truth, right?
Truth, law, yes. Basically, the principles that Bahamut upholds are your laws here.
As the champion of Bahamut, I haven't broken his laws yet, I think. I would like to attempt to tap into the zone of truth and determine if Ralamon has been lying up to this point.
Is the word
Does
pit and
he
patter?
have divinity from a divinity that no longer?
Well, Bahamut's
has
no
divinity?
longer.
Again, the power is fading,
Yes.
but it is still slightly. There is still a remnant of that divine power within you, to the point that Bahamut's ability to detect lies, as you guys have actually you've already experienced. You have a part of it to know that this is like lie, truth, lie, truth.
So every
lie.
other thing out of his mouth has been a lie.
He is entirely not being truthful, but as with most good liars, he's giving you truth as he lies in order to make it more palpable, more believable.
I assume I'm not competent enough to determine which is truths and which
Make
is
an
lies.
insight check. I'll even give you advantage due to your current ability.
27.
27. You are not. He is, again, you know there's lies. You, like, to the point of how this would feel when he said to leave Sepul, that he.
I know for a fact he wants Apollo alive. I know that for a fact.
You're fairly certain he was lying, but then the flip to you play your role beautifully, again, is almost like that. Also seemed like a lie. To the point where either he's changing what is truth on the fly as he reacts to stuff and then lying about that, or again, very, very hard to read. He's very wishy-washy.
Do not trust a word from this snake's mouth.
I'm so hurt. And this is a truth, I promise. I have only done everything I've done to help you.
You're the one that showed Squawk.
I don't know if it's a snake.
It's an insult, Gurgo.
No, I think I'm much more beautiful than those. I think you can agree. You've met some yourself. I'm surprised, though, Gurgo. You've definitely landed in the grander purpose. I thought for sure your own personal revenge would trump some of your interest in the the small games of the gods. Tell me, do you not care anymore about what happened to your father?
I mean, I killed the guy that killed him.
But why? You never stopped to ask. Did Estefel strike you as a mastermind, a genius in charge of this organization when you fought him?
We already know it was Malice, and he is on the chopping block when we find him again.
By no means is there a rush. I found it to be curious that you took a snake curiously within a plane of fire, unbeknownst or uncommon to them.
I understand it as it worked for you.
Oh, I'm hurt, Gogol. No, he is not one of my marks. He is a secondary pawn at best to one of those who would oppose you. Oppose us, really. Now, we don't have too much time. You said you had questions.
I would
Azu.
also be collecting the honor guard's equipment. I would still be asking questions. I'd just be collecting them.
I slowly
I'd
Paul's
Durnick.
body,
towards-
you are able to collect the rest of this.
Honor guard or chatter?
The honor guard actually. When you're here.
No,
You
the
literally said the
dragon
dead
guard.
honored dragon
The white
honor guard.
dragon.
Oh, you're not talking about. I thought you were talking about Jakul's honor guard. And I was like, that's not here. The immediate area around you is still an intact realm, almost like one might say a divine power is keeping it together purposefully. As you would try to expand and go to, like, if you try to move towards Bahamut, for example, who is standing atop the stairs, similar to your shattered glass that you're holding, you walk and you can feel yourself moving, but you're not getting closer. You are very much so frozen in this small pocket, this small picture.
Interesting.
So,
Well,
as the origin of the Sprigs, how many of you are there?
Oh, I am but the original. I would never dilute myself in a way. Well, more accurate to say, competition is fine and all, unless it's as good as I am. And then it becomes a little bit of a problem, and I'm not entirely convinced that the Sprigs will, its want, to return to the original. I think that's something they possess. Many of them. Some feel a sense of longing, like missing home. Some find themselves to be whole, you could say. And let's just say that I am confident that more of me would be good for no one. Myself, least of all. Now,
I would like to specifically incite that sentence, as I'm almost positive it's a lie.
okay, so an individual one is another check, because you're specifically trying to find a specific lie.
23.
It's
Almost positive there's more than one.
70% truth, 30% lie.
Damn it.
Again,
Why?
the statement that he just said, there was 3 statements that he made. So we'll say 66 is more accurate. He gave you 2 truths, or two truths and a lie in that sentence. Question from Kane. Go, Razu's turn.
did you show Squawk how to do it?
Of course. I think it'd be more accurate to say I showed you my favorite star how to do it. Squawk just happened to be present.
Just throwing it out there, I think my favorite star is a lie. I'm just teasing.
Ralman will actually turn to you and say, and did you have something as well, Gogo?
This isn't actually talking to him.
Never mind.
However,
tried.
It is an important thing. I want to mentally communicate with Vargath and say, Vargath, what happens to a god's realm when it dies, and is there a way to... Is when the realm collapses the time when a new god can be named?
You are going to get a response, but it might there's gonna be a little bit some other.
Probably because you didn't heal from the thing. Do I get a question?
Absolutely. How can I help you, Dernek, our newest rival?
Razu, what should I ask?
I kind of thought that's where it was going to go,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
why I went there. For you, Gurgle, as you had asked that kind of two-part, what Vargoth does respond, but you do notice with your insight that Ralamon's attention seems to shift to you for a moment. While he doesn't actually say that because it was above bar, he does still seem to notice that you're doing something, communicating. Vargoth, in response, would say, yes, you could say that it'd be the best time to appoint a new god. Dangerous, though. This is how you steal a god's power, not how you ascend.
I believe
is
that the
Bane.
two parties involved would probably be okay with this. And then I shift my focus to Kirktus and I say, Kirktus, if you still want to save your city, I believe Bahamut can no longer rule. And you're the one that's most likely able to hold this realm intact. And I don't think it's a good idea for Baklaval to fall here. So if you have any love for your city, you need to figure out how to merge your spirit with this realm and become the new Bahamut.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Is that how this works?
This is going to go against this is
All about
this is just going to be a DC check. You're going to be beating a 16, or looking to beat a
Doesn't
16.
follow the
Sorry.
same rules every time.
Ascending a
25.
god's power is wishy-washy at best.
25.
All about faith.
It literally is.
Yeah.
Did you have something? You started to ask and then you cut yourself
Is
off.
that how it works?
Just
Isn't
a-
Bane originally their Bane still alive? So
I
are you
forgot.
like taking control whether?
And I
we
even
can
tell
stay-
him,
Like, how does that work?
I mean, I'm sure we'll find out. Sure.
Would you like to ask Ralamon a question?
And then I also say,
But he was in a position.
I believe Bahamut's needed to help us free his sister, and I think he will be okay with this. Maybe not fully, but enough that I think that's the best course of action right now.
Am I allowed to ask, brother?
And you're the
one
only
more
one that's filled enough tenets to be the new law.
For me to ask, and
thing? That-
Hold
that's-
for 1 second. The answer is yes, but hold for 1 second. You, having his soul currently effectively tethered within your weapons, you have almost like a Tiku level of connection. It just specifically only to Vargoth and to Kirktusk as he is in your weapon. So the feeling of almost connection would be very, again, similar to what Tiku has experienced in the past. And while you do not get an immediate response, you do very much almost like you can again feel what Kirktusk is feeling, and it is a combination of extreme hatred for Ralamon in this moment. It is clear to you that Kirktusk, whether accurate or not, from the perspective of your weapons, fully pits the responsibility of this realm breaking right now on Ralamon. There's to the point that this would almost. The reason I draw attention is it almost would be a slight concern if someone with this level of hatred, this level of drive to get revenge on Ralamon
My
were
man's-
to take the power.
my man's going on a crusade.
You are confident that part of his station, effectively, you know how Tiamat and Bahamut typically clash, and how they have those views on each other. You are confident that if Paul took that Ralamon, or specifically
Ralamon will
Ralamon,
be in that tango?
the station of Asmodeus, meaning that
The god of Asmodeus.
yeah, that alignment would likely fall under the same stipulation that a follower of Tiamat would in your traditional sense. With that, the other thing that you get is an acceptance, an immediate, and in fact, an unhesitating, you're absolutely right. Bahamut cannot fall, even if it's a temporary position. I need to take this power so that I can bring him back, so I can put him back on that pedestal. That is the kind of feeling that you would get immediately.
And I say, I'm only willing to assist you in this if you promise me that you'll put the citizens first over your revenge, because I don't like this guy either, and I do believe he's responsible for a lot of wrong.
They're the same
But
thing.
the recovery of your city has to come first.
Again, while he doesn't seem to be responding verbally, there's a shift, a refocus of, oh no, 100%, you're right. There is steps to this, and effectively you feel the order shift to uphold the principles of Bahamut Ralamon reposition Bahamut. Or I guess technically Vorthalax's Bahamut would be the position. And it slightly shifts, and then you do get your first response. This is, yes, Gogo, I believe this is the best course of action. I know that if you assist me in this, I will work with you by any means and all means necessary to ensure your success and the recovery of Bahamut.
You must tell me what I need to do. I don't know how to interact with this realm.
That I can do.
I just want to check on something. No one's getting like dark whispers to just take the throne themselves, right?
While Razu, with him saying what I just...
Thanks for the bonus question. Well, if you're truly on our team, and I can't trust like anything you say, unfortunately, God of Lies and all.
God, I am but small Ralamon, proctor of the games.
Bish posh. Who cares? Same difference. Anyway, if you're trying to help us, and you're the God of Lies, I have something in Bane's realm. And if you want the main character to focus on the play at hand, I want you to get it back.
Do you want me to get it back, or do you want the power to take it? We have uninvited, unexpected complications, as he would actually look to you, Gurgle. And it is currently in flux, I won't lie. I did have a slight inclination to take it for myself, but an offer, Razu, for one who sought the power to protect and to bring back those that he cares about. One might say the power of a god. What about an offering of it?
Do not.
I don't need Bahamut's power.
Well, it doesn't have to be Bahamut. It's the power of a god.
It's
It can be shaped, changed. The
Injected.
principles of a god are typically adhered to and established at the time of ascending. It's how the shifts over the course of history. Nations that follow gods change, adapt with the times. How do the morals change? Simple. The god changes. The stipulations, the stack ranking, you could say, of those moral obligations, those laws, are reset, reevaluated to the god. Don't change it too much. If you stray too far, your followers might lose faith. The power of the divine lost.
You will be antithesis our entire goal. Do not.
While power's cool and all, it's not really something I'd even consider as the moment. I have the power to kill gods right now.
But not the one you want. You just referenced the strongest among them. One yet not acquiring of their title. A lowborn, you could say, who through power alone has positioned himself amongst the gods. You have a concern that you can do this yourself. That's why you ask me for your assistance. This retrieval of a lost soul. And I will say, I'm happy to do so. Just surprised you wouldn't just simply want that power for yourself. What's a nation, a belief structure? The collapse of one god? It's your goal already. Someone will rise up to take law.
It's not something I need.
Ever the confidence, but it is why you're my favorite. With that,
I learned when I lost something to
Wow.
Bane that he's not the right way to do it.
Well,
that is why I said you should execute him effectively.
while he's talking, I'm gonna touch the titanium and get it off, like, morph it off of the ball.
I
Equip
would
him.
see you try to do that and say,
Equip.
No. Do not touch these. We have no idea what they do.
We need the equipment off of
She's-
his body.
she's the
I'm
magic
looting
person.
his body.
As you would
I would just say identify first.
Wait, she's the person to do
This is a morph curse.
You're,
She's gonna get cursed.
I'm not equipping the item. I'm just taking it off his
as
body.
effectively as
I would warn you.
If any god has cursed items, this is the one.
No. This is the more worrisome part. Durnick pulls the mask. He's like looking at it intently.
Oh, that's why you asked the question of
Nope,
whispers earlier.
not that one, Durnick.
There's like that moment where Durnick picks up the mask, and there is that immediate thought of, it could all be mine. As you in this moment, you kind of like pause your conversation with Ralamon to warn Iris against the potential of this cursed armor. You watch as you yourself you've used
I've dealt with
titanium
lots
armor,
of items.
but you've not seen a true set of titanium. You haven't seen a true set of titanium properly utilized, or like how it actually works. You watch as Iris, with seemingly some level of familiarity, almost just like touching the armor, and like it is alive, rather than de-armoring or like de-equipping all the armor, it almost would just like morph into stone on her hand, somehow becoming impossibly smaller. One might say portable, as the titanium would almost like falling off him, like somehow sucking water off of a person who had just showered, drying them. She would just pull the titanium armor entirely, the weapon itself all just kind of, and then morphing into almost like a rock-like ball with the different types of titanium. As again, he had all three. He has magicite for his
Magicite boots,
armor,
Dragonstone
weapon, and titanium armor. As they would almost like morph into a three-section stone, morphing to about a ball this size. And despite the incredible density and strength of it, for you, Iris, impossibly light, maybe 5 pounds at most. It almost feels like a. You ever those styrofoam orbs that you use for planet like solar systems? That's kind of what this feels like in terms of weight, but again, still impossibly dense.
So, Raza's idea, effectively, titanium like has the will of the user. I'm gonna try to like stick my scythe in him now that he's an object, and try to effectively, completely absorb his entire body as alchemical resource.
Or minimum suck out his blood.
That would be the minimum, but I'm actually going for like effectively the entire
In
body.
a really short period of time.
So for that one,
It's our party at this point.
I'm just gonna like stick it in.
Tiku left and none of the strangers disappeared.
Durnick's helping in any way he can.
Everybody's got their own agenda in this little section.
as your focus would slightly shift off of Ralamon to start to work with
My
Sapal,
focus is maintaining.
I assume
Just
so.
so we're clear.
But this is just he was engaged in conversation with him. He would flip to you, Gurgle, and he says, "Now, unfortunately, Razu does not quite want the stamps. It seems you've taken steps, though." As he would look, and this would be visible to all of you. Gurgle has switched his weapon to those almost, I don't know what they're called, but the short knives that kind of curve back. They're bleeding white. Almost like mist instead of a liquid. There's a white mist that seems to be bleeding off of them. And the shattered section that, I was going to say of reality, even though it's technically, the shattered section of reality around Gurgle suddenly seems a little bit more stable. The ground under him looks real. It doesn't look like a picture. As that white mist starts to bleed and grow, he says, Again, an interesting interruption, but perhaps prevalent to your goal.
What are you doing?
This could work. Yes. Please continue. If you have no more questions for me, I believe Gurgle can handle it from here.
You mentioned Malice isn't under you. Where is he then?
Oh, Malice,
He often is known for being in your city.
So you should be familiar with this kind of relationship, albeit slightly. Mine's a little bit more tumultuous. The relationship between a god and those who choose to follow them is not always as pretty as that of Kertusk and Bahamut. They do not all revere those who they follow. Some wish to take it for themselves. They wish for the position. Me, like Malice, are in a similar pursuit of one said goal. Call us brothers in arms amongst a group of thieves.
I'm pretty sure the term for that's honor among thieves.
Yes, I thought of it, but there's no honor between us.
I was like, I
In
don't think
fact,
honor works
if
there.
you would do me the favor of any point of eliminating him, that would both be very beneficial and appreciative for me, full transparency. But in addition to that, to your own psyche, you have bad blood with him after all.
Then tell us his location.
Oh, Malus? Oh, he's waiting for you. At the Lalisk Tower. I imagine Zephyr will make contact shortly, if he hasn't already.
Well,
I expect him to be in the list.
so are you the champion trying? Are you the champion trying to ascend him Asmodeus?
Unfortunately, I am not. That lovely pleasure would be that in the hands squarely of Malus. A stepping stone, you might say, that I must walk.
But your goal ultimately is to become a god,
Of course.
just like the rest of us. Then how did you appoint us?
How does any god appoint someone? You choose them. There is not a... it's not as overly complicated as you think, but to make it as simple as possible, humans, and that is to say all humanoid things, we have limits in place. Bars that we can never quite jump over, hurl. The mark of candidacy simply, you could say, removes those limiters. Much like your friends, friends said loosely, the companions you've worked with along the way, Omritan, Dalaran, why have all of you quickly risen above them? Why do you stand so much higher above them in strength? The answer is because you've been marked. The limiter has been removed for you. Dalaran has likely peaked in his overall capacity. No matter what work he puts in, he'll never be able to get past it without acknowledgement from his god. And based on doubts that you all have put in his head, he likely wouldn't get that from Orton anyways. Your limiters have simply been released. And I did have a part to play in it. I may have put in a good word, seeing what you did as a child and all. But there is more to it.
Have I ever heard anything even slightly like this from Olabelle?
Nope.
I'm gonna insert that. That just sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me.
Go for it.
22.
22. Didn't seem to be lying.
That's just,
The
that doesn't seem right at all.
the games was a way to. The games was the first. Being chosen was the first. Is the first trial for any god. Being acknowledged.
Yes, I knew that, but I don't think it removes your limiters. My guess is, and this is just my guess, is that everyone has the potential to be a god. Zephyr literally proves that. And it's just a matter of drive. And
Commitment.
Commitment, yeah. The reason why Dalaran could not succeed where Razu has is because Dalaran lacks the commitment. Just based upon conversations we've had with him, based upon things he knows, he just doesn't think he can make it, therefore he won't. He literally makes himself fail.
I think that's part
So
of it.
I think that Ralamon is just complete bullshit right
I will
now.
give you guys the full... This is Hiram giving you a truth. I will give you the full truth. Most of my NPCs I try not to lie with. I guarantee nothing about what this man says, ever.
Ever.
I feel like he's lied like 80% of this conversation, just so we're clear.
But from what I know of the ascension process, each god has their own number, right? But like a minimum of 3.
So you...
Each stage does unlock more power.
Yes.
Like,
But in the same way... so the answer is, especially because you have the backing on this, I'll give you not Ralamon talking, but actually your own personal experience, your own personal study of what you've been able to figure out. Your trials of ascension to become a god, and the idea of being picked for candidacy, that is very much so a thing, and typically not necessarily done by the god themselves. the god typically gives them something like the death games of like, okay, here is how I'm going to determine if people are worthy
and
for
then
me
people
to
anyone
invest
can
time
just do
into.
it, and if they pass, they pass. Yeah.
Yes, and then Ralamon is effectively the recruiter. In this particular scenario, Ralamon went out and recruited people to go into the games, and the people who performed well would then catch the attention of the god. And then the truth to a god's help is he's saying it as you can't do it without a god. With enough personal drive, yes, that's how certain individuals can rise up and become a new god. But the idea behind it is, or the idea behind the truth, again, the lies mixed in, is that how easy is it to become a millionaire? It's very difficult. So you can't do it self-made. But if you had like 7 millionaire friends that were like, oh, this is what you do, here's the next step, guiding you through it, your progress and your pacing through that would be astronomically higher. So the truth scattered in
you may
is
stumble into the truth as a self-made billionaire or whatever, but if you know the steps, right, then it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, it's
right?
the truth
There
with the
are
lies
steps.
is that the truth is that a god's help will astronomically skyrocket you in that journey. But he's saying that you can't do it without a god. It would be possible without a god. You would just have to have, like you said, insane personal drive and like conviction, because you have to know this is the god I want to be. This is what I need to do. I need
And
to
a
get
little bit of
followers.
To
I need
be
to-
Zephyr.
Yeah, you'd have to
And
do
a
it.
little
Or Bane.
lot.
Or Bane.
Or Bane.
And because like I feel like Zephyr would have explained a lot of this over, all the time, right? But it's also the what's the way I want. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. There's one other thing I wanted to point out too. So there's obviously got to be some kind of catch on submitting some for candidacy, which I'm assuming is one, like it probably takes some level of power from the god that picks candidates, but also in turn it's a way to effectively create alliances with other gods, right? Because if the person that they picked for candidacy does ascend, then the candidate is more likely to have an alliance with them later, right? So it's like a long-term play.
Investment.
Expanding on that as well, there would also be certain scenarios that easily Zephyr would have learned about. You would have also probably read about this as well, where it's also not unheard of if a god has someone that like is making good progress, but they're like, that's not a candidate for me, but that is a candidate for this person. It also would not be uncommon at all for a god to point someone in the direction of someone that they noticed for whatever reason. Even hypothetically, Asmodeus wants to build a relationship with this tenuous, I know, but example, he wants to build a relationship with a Rivaron. Someone is in the death games, acts in a way that he's like, I wouldn't work with him, but he would, as like a, hey, I want to build a relationship with you.
And
I was looking at this guy, he doesn't fit my morals, but he fits yours.
And at that moment, he either decides, do I want to make an ally with this god, or do I want to just stop this where it's starting?
And some people would just be like, oh, he's like Bahamut's like a child's being raised and it's a fucking sociopath. And they're like, oh, that's a good team follower.
Yeah. Baby Hitler.
It might be more accurate to say
Hitler.
the other way for how, because of the way the Ball operates.
Yeah.
But like Carterfell, 100%. If there was like a
Man,
a
you're
child
a follower
that's
of Law and Order.
This is
That's so cool.
yeah, that's a good example. But to slightly break the current situation, that would be your understanding of how that would typically work. So again, he is lying with the truth. He's
And then-
It's impossible for you to speak a truth entirely.
I've said so many truths entirely as well. And try me. That was the truth.
I mean, that is probably true of all time.
I'm assuming this is leaking out bigger and bigger the whole time.
Yes, the area around Gurgle is it's slow. It's not. It is not by any means fast, but it is slowly bleeding out. One might say, until you guys are done asking your questions.
While it's getting bigger, though, one thing that I kind of want to take notice of, and also just kind of like a sick kind of satisfaction, because in Gurgle's head, he did not expect me to do this, and even though he's trying to like shrug it off as like liar to liar, Gurgle's like, nah, he's BSing. He does not like that this is happening this way. I don't even need to roll. I'm like, Gurgle's convinced without even like really
That's entirely
inciting.
fair.
He's like, nah, this guy's BSing. He's not happy that I'm doing this.
I will say, just for John in this case, if he does take over, like the whole city is effectively set to kill Tiamat. There's no going to be like trying to save her from the city support.
I don't currently know what he's doing.
I know,
asked
but
what he
I
was
assume
doing.
it's going to come out to play, and I want to like bring that about the table.
Kirkus does not know the ins and outs of Silfarion.
So-
He knows the Tiamat that he
would
knows.
probably hunt us down as soon as he found out.
I'm aware. Again, I asked him what he was doing. He didn't answer me. I assume he did that
I'm
on
just saying,
purpose.
like, this city,
He's just
the Bahamut station will not be our ally if this guy takes over.
Well, again, it's the same way with Kirtus. As long as we don't tell him the truth, he'll be our ally.
Okay, you were finishing a thought though.
But-
You convinced he's a liar.
As soon as he descends, though, he will know the truth.
But I am slightly like side glancing to see if he's sweating.
Also, Kirkus, just so you know, like,
Because it's ideally it'd be a
Insight?
performance,
Insight.
and it
It's
would
an
still be
insight,
insight.
yeah,
So do go ahead and make an insight. It's not that you're confident he's lying, but you're trying to see if he's
the
playing it off well.
I don't love this idea. The new Bahamut being Kirkus, because if he takes over,
16.
I mean, I have really no say in this argument as
With a
like,
natural
Iris.
1 roll,
Oh!
he's there's a trickle.
He does not like. I know that he was the main person behind the whole plan of this city because he left us the pictures, and so Gurgle's like, "Now this bitch wanted the city to fall completely, and now that I'm potentially saving the city, now he's kind of like, can I make this work?" He's like,
As you said, don't need to roll for it. That is what Gurgle believes. Let Iris go ahead and Iris was talking.
If
Let her-
Kirkus takes over and he finds out that Bahamut didn't follow all his laws 100% or didn't believe him in,
He probably won't give
he
back
won't
the
give
station.
it back.
No.
Just so we're all clear, that he won't give it back.
Maybe.
No,
'Cause-
100%.
No,
the
not
answer
necessarily.
the answer is without giving a yes or no, it would be what does Bahamut more beholden to? The principles of Bahamut or
Bahamut
Vorthalax?
Because that's the
Yeah.
problem.
I will
From
say
my understanding,
It's a
Vorthalax has
principle.
been his god not just because of what he is, and also he literally heard what Bahamut just said. So he's
From my understanding,
desired
with
to put him
Kirkus,
back.
We are so like not, and our mission is so not okay with him. Like as soon as
Again,
he
I
takes-
asked Gurgle what he was doing. He didn't answer
I
me.
think
this one again. I don't.
Also-
We don't need ambiguity. This
Yeah.
you've been in the city for like 6-7 months as Iris. You are 100%
I've been
confident
hiding
that if
information from this
Kirktusk
man.
believed that Bahamut, like Kirktusk is that guy who is the most loyal follower of the king ever. And then the king's like, execute that innocent person, and he beheads him. He's like, no, that's
Yeah.
not my king.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
It doesn't
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
he does love him
I-
100%, but for
Sure.
Kirktusk,
It's
that
the
would be the greatest
station.
show of love.
And I would say as soon you would
So just
you would
so
probably
you know,
realize this
if
as
he takes over, he's the new Bahamut and he's not going back.
yeah.
Like,
And you would probably realize like as soon as because you have a taste of that power, right? As soon as he ascends, he will know.
For the sake of this, I will say Kane will notice this at some point, but I'm not going to jump the gun on that just in
Yeah,
case you guys
yeah,
have more
yeah,
questions
yeah.
for Alamon. Before it happens, you'll have a chance to react to it. But for now, if anyone has questions for Alamon, which I believe you did.
this asshole.
What does the last
I was
question
thinking
be?
how final this is.
Yeah, this is a very final decision for sure, and that's what
Do
I was trying
you-
to throw out too.
Do you need any special prep to do this? Or can you do it when a god breaks their own morals?
The easiest is if a god breaks their own morals, especially in a land as rigid and stringent as this. Even breaking your own laws can cause cracks. You likely didn't see them when you arrived, but the realm was already breaking. That is why Bahamut's power was fading.
So, any titanium weapon could tear it apart at that point.
Potentially, yes.
Not
You would have to eliminate the god and then have some kind of a catalyst to absorb the power.
Do I know how he accelerated the breakdown? How do you accelerate the consequences
Titanium.
of a god?
Would you like to ask him? The answer to your question is no.
I also
I mean, I
feel
guess
like
it
you
doesn't
can
hurt to
accelerate.
ask.
I
but
will
he's probably gonna
say-
lie.
This guy is probably one of your best guys to get information out of. He knows a lot, as long as you can pick out where the truths are. Go ahead.
I would like to mentally say, Vothalax, do you still live?
Almost immediate, actually. You'd be expecting, even if you get a response, you'd expect it to be like almost like a whimpered or something. You almost get an immediate. Surprisingly enough, I do. This is very weird for me, though. On the outside of your own house, watching it collapse under an earthquake. I'm of no help to you currently, unfortunately, but I do live.
Ask him how
Can
he stop this? How do you regain your power? Right? Because this is like a crack in the divinity, right? And this is an opportunity to usurp the power. But theoretically, you could repair the crack or reshape the container.
Okay, this is Trinity. I'm a little suspicious that he's purposely doing this as well. He's playing the game because
he doesn't want to be subject to the laws that he made so he can save his sister.
Well, he also doesn't want to be on the list of people to fall.
Oh, that's a survival thing.
Yeah.
Could be that.
Why are you willing to step down as Bahamut? As that is what you knew would happen.
Because in my father's infinite wisdom, or infinite folly, the best thing he ever made was Selfarion. And at the end of the day, I'll get it back. By any means necessary.
Good. Sapal's no longer a part of that plan. Figure something else out.
Shit.
Wait, hold on.
Shit.
Wait a minute.
I love that. What?
I'm out. What happened?
That would
Elam knows all that.
effectively.
Was that it for you as well?
I was effectively having him confirm if someone breaks their word and the realm cracks, then you could tear it apart with God-slaying weapons.
Assuming that he was not lying, yes. The point
That's
that
a big
god's
assumption. That's a
Wait.
big assumption. Just
that
throw that out
what
there.
what he is claiming is that the point that a god breaks their own
Oath.
oath, that's a way. I was going to say persona. Oath is way better. At a point similar to a paladin, at the point that they break their oath, what tethers them to that divine power, because again, this is a station that someone goes into. They gain access to that power. And the moment you break the oath that you take when you become that god, your connection to it can weaken substantially or just snap entirely.
Okay, sorry. So question: Bahamut's body. What's the situation with that?
He's
Exactly.
frozen. He's like outside the picture.
He is currently still outside of your guys' current
Instance.
yes, your current
Yeah.
outside of your current instance. He's rendering over there and he's broken and
He's part of the background mountain, so you can't
much
block.
much like a statue that you've hit with like a hammer and it's cracked but it hasn't fallen apart.
Okay, and there's no way to get to him.
As of right now, no. Again, the realm is stabilizing around Gurgle
Okay.
slowly.
Is he still wearing the shoes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Even in fact, I will go as far as to say they're not even cracked. Like Bahamut himself, Bahamut himself cracked
Little bit
broken
of satisfaction
shoes.
from Dornick right there.
Pristine.
It's like this little
That's
crack
some
that goes
A-plus
through, like,
craftsmanship right
goes
there.
through like his shoulder all the way down through his leg, but his shoes are
You even
just,
see like which looks entirely unnatural. His clothes are like cracked, like they're brittle. Shoes though, pristine.
Okay.
I just had the funniest visual in my head for that. And, like I just had like if you're watching a show, like Vox Machina for example, it like shifts over to Bahamut. There's an intense scene, and then it does a close in on the shoe.
and then it has Durnick doing this.
Yeah, and then it's like it cuts back to Durnick, and he's like,
And then like an explosion, or like then
I like
everything goes
nudge.
to shit.
I nudge Razu.
Does anyone else have any questions for Alamon before the scene transitions?
I'm gonna ask how he
Ask him.
Accelerate.
No, we
How
planned.
did
just ask him.
I don't know what you're talking about. We describe our.
I didn't realize we just broke. Get back into it.
How did you accelerate Bahamut's or amplify Bahamut's
Downfall.
oath breaking downfall? That works.
Shatter the realm, you might say.
And I'm an insight in his answer.
Go ahead
My
and go ahead and roll. You know, the steps are actually quite simple. Again, it makes it easier when a god is as rigid as the rules that stipulate Bahamut's station.
Could you investigate his answer to see if it makes sense?
Investigate to try and find where the lies are because you know they're already there.
Well,
I would actually,
well,
so I would say you could investigate, but it would not be for that because that would still be insight. The investigation
For
would
the
be
information.
that you have previous
I have
knowledge,
previous
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
information
and you're trying to
I'm
you'd be trying to
comparing.
piece together.
no, because she's investigating off the information he's disclosing.
I'm comparing his
She's
information
trying-
to my information.
Yeah.
History
and-
would just be
and
trying
okay.
to-
I
she's
know the
comparing
answer to
notes.
this. I know the answer to this, and what
Yeah.
he says. Do I
Is
know
it
if
a
he's
lie?
lying or not?
Yeah.
Via that, if you're looking for information and you know that he's telling some truths, I would definitely say investigation could work.
Yeah.
In fact,
you're just
I
comparing
like the
notes.
idea of it.
Yeah.
You're like comparing, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
It's not that, it's not even that you're investigating Muhammad. It's that you're trying to piece together how this works, and you're using him as a piece of your investigation.
Did I get my human inspo back? I would've used it.
I think you used it during the fight, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Okay. 24!
Okay. He's going to respond to you. I paused because Tree was
Yeah.
talking to you for a moment, and you specifically asked him, so I wanted you to hear it. Again, it's a lot easier when the god is as rigid as Bahamut is, as stringent on his rules. But as far as how I did it, I didn't. He did. You simply have to... I may have pointed Bahamut in the direction, maybe laid a few breadcrumbs, but there are certain oaths that are unbreakable in the station of a god. Some things you can ride the line, you can play with it a little bit. One might say a world in which Tiamat, the antithesis to Baklaval, to Bahamut's realm, to everything they stand for, saving one who is at the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Did I perhaps plant an idea of how Sepal could be used? Maybe. But at the end of the day, the decision was made between Bahamut, as he would point to him on the stairs, and then Cain's action, solidifying the collapse of the realm. A god's broken oath, corrected by another, one more worthy, you might say. The divine power, you could think of it as alive. It is always searching for a new home.
I have the ability to speak while I'm channeling this.
Is that
Oh,
accurate?
yeah. In fact, Kirktusk is the one doing it. You yourself are actually not channeling anything. You have basically opened that door. Kirktusk seems to know enough that he is acting on this. You also get the idea that Vargath is feeding him information. As you had specifically asked Vargath last week to channel power and help him, you get the idea that Kirktusk might not have known everything, but Vargath likely knows exactly how this kind of situation breaks down and is feeding Kirktusk the necessary knowledge to ascend, actually, was technically what it would be.
And then I ask then. So what happens if a god's tenets and his rules contradict each other?
Was that a...
Then the god would fall.
They
Much
don't-
like how many of the gods that we now no longer know. Some that you've seen, heard of, Sauri. What does he stand for? What is his station? No one knows anymore. Contradictions born of a fallen god, taken by another. Hypothetically, if Bahamut's station were to fall entirely and no one were to rise to take the station, his tenets would likely simply be absorbed by another. Perhaps Lathander would take the power of law. Perhaps he would take the power of truth, the Wild Mother, the concept of the kindness from the city. You would simply take the followers,
Nature's
much
law. They could potentially.
much like if you had a business and the owner was to die. The company would start to collapse. Well, the employees still have to work. They have to make money, food. They simply will find another business.
But what happens when a god's law is broken by himself without intention to break it himself?
It matters not. To answer your question, this
Chaos.
How much of his answer is correct for me?
Partly because the fact that you got the investigation, you rolled fairly high. I purposely left that more to
truth,
actually
more
explaining it.
on the
I'd like to
percentage.
say he obviously lied, but that's what she read
That's
between
what
the
I
lines.
heard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard from what you said. Yeah.
I like that. Well,
Yeah.
He actually didn't play it out that way, but that was the bits and pieces that you heard and put together. That was truth.
It's like,
Okay,
that's
just making sure.
crap, that's crap, that's good.
We'll say that he
crap.
trickled more lies as I've been doing in the
Yep.
rest of the conversation. And that time I decided not to, because again, your investigation. But we'll say that that's actually what you picked out.
That's what I heard. What I heard. Okay.
With Orlavel's change, he no longer wants to become Bahamut, correct?
Correct. He decided for whatever reason that he was unworthy of the power. Well, it's not even for whatever reason. He told you. It was because he was so beholden to his duties that he realized he let his best friend die. And effectively, he's like, the fact that I would do that makes me unworthy of the station that is the dragon god I would want to be if I was going to be one.
Question for Kane, just based on what he would know about Orlavale and all that. I'm thinking that it's a possibility I could separate dragons and gods. Would that be a good idea? Just based on what Kane knows.
What do you mean by separate?
So, if Bahamut falls, the only dragon god left is Tiamat, and I'm planning on remedying that as well. If a dragon does not take Bahamut's seat, and Bahamut does divvy up and split up, there wouldn't be a dragon god anymore, which means dragons would now be beholden unto themselves again. But based on what I learned about the Dragon Wars, I guess it's not really a question for you guys.
I was going to say, I was actually literally going to answer. I was like, you've gotten the information. You've seen what happens when dragons are actually left to themselves. Dragons, at their pinnacle, contend with the gods. They are incredibly powerful. He's not talking about the personality of them. He's talking purely like, because there wasn't a dragon god back then. Literally, that's what started the Dragon Wars. Is the dragons got powerful enough that they're like, the gods shouldn't rule the world, we should.
But due to the reduction in numbers of dragons, they can't contend with the gods currently.
That is something that you could definitely keep in mind. Again, this is not something I'm going to give you an answer to. This is an answer that Kane has to come to.
I asked it.
Which means once we do our shit, that the dragons and gods will once again be on par with each other.
This requires thought.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
That one is not.
You know, this,
I don't got an answer for you.
This
there.
is the whole Sith.
I actually have Hiram's answer, but I'm not going to say that because I think that would influence.
This is
you
the
too
whole
much.
Sith and Jedi thing. Right? There's too many Jedi, so they all got, killed, and then there was
The power of two.
the power of two going on for a while, and then all of a sudden all this Sith started overwhelming the Jedi because they all died, and then
It's kind of funny because Anakin did bring balance to the Force. 2 Sith, 2 Jedi.
Okay, with that, does anyone else have any other questions for Ralamon? Are we good?
I'm good.
Okay. Back to in character. Totally done smoothly by Ralamon, unlike me. Well, for what it's worth, if you have any other questions, we
Any
meet
tips to
quite
kill
often.
snakes?
I'm sorry, what was that, Iris?
Any tips to kill snakes?
chop off the head.
Burn them.
Are we talking specifically about Malas, or are you simply talking about the nest of vipers?
This is very good for chopping them. Smash their
The
heads.
nest of vipers, funnily enough, is to cut off the head. Good luck. Adaro stands tall. However, specific snake, as I said, more than one of me might be problematic. We might vie for who is the rightful one in charge, the ruler.
Use them on themselves, okay?
If he stands tall, I bring stilts.
Good
You have
choice.
Winged boots.
Now,
Right.
it seems as if, well, as Gurgle has already started, the plan is slightly altered. Still within reason, but it seems it's time for me to make my exit. I will say it's a pleasure to see you all again. I haven't seen any of you in person in quite some time.
I've actually never seen you.
Constantly.
We do.
If I ask you what's your goal, will you tell the truth?
Of course. I already told Razu. I want to be a god. I want to be the god.
And you'll still be beneath Razu.
Inside.
Of course.
You just love them. I got your back, bro.
21.
21. There's a profound arrogance to the statement. You are actually confident that that was not a lie. Because not only in that sentence did he say, I want to be a god, I want to be the god,
Yeah.
he believes that he should be. There is a very, so like Razu has his own, like, I'm very confident in battle and things like that. There's the kind of arrogance that is like, oh, you're insane.
Yeah.
That is the kind of arrogance that was behind the I want to be the god.
He's in great company, though. He's insane. So is the rest of the people here.
That's why he picked you.
Insane likes company, I guess.
Now, I do look forward to our next meeting. I task you if you want to have a little bit of fun. Keep an eye out for me. And as he would wave his hand over his face, you would see Mutilim's face. And then he would wave his hand again, and he would be back to normal. He says, best of luck. And then he would walk behind that same tree that he had walked out from,
What an asshole.
seemingly disappearing.
So many pull
I'm-
strings. So many strings.
I'm very confused. Why do you have meat on his face?
You
was
guys are
telling
not
My
us-
guy would actually know him.
He was telling us he's been Mutilim for a while now, or at least.
Wait, what? Wait. That was Mutilim? Was I supposed
I
to
wouldn't
kneel?
be surprised if
Am I in
Mutilim
trouble?
Razu,
dead for
Gago,
quite some time.
I have a question for you.
That's royalty.
Currently, you're the only two opinions I can ask and trust at this moment. We have an opportunity here. We can remove dragons from the Pantheon permanently.
Permanent is a strong word.
How do you figure?
They did slightly break into it. Be that as it may. Again, they are weakened. Carry on.
Perhaps permanently was not the correct choice. For the temporary future. Bahamut is currently gone, his realm collapsing. If no dragon picks up the mantle, it will be dispersed as Asmodeus stated.
But is not your goal to be a dragon? And
My
Bahamut is a dragon? And if they believe he's a dragon, he is a dragon?
No.
Bahamut Station.
No, I will correct this. I will correct this. No, because as long as he keeps close enough to the rules of being a Bahamut, he doesn't necessarily have to embody a dragon.
Sure, but he,
It will
So,
it will
I'm gonna expand on
rewrite.
this a little bit more just so that
Yeah.
to give you clarification as well. And I understand that in the sense of D&D, Bahamut is always a dragon. In this world, Bahamut would not have always been a dragon.
But as far as
the-
everyone's concerned and
is-
knows,
yes.
yeah.
The world was rewritten that Bahamut was a dragon, but that is because Vorthalax took the station. So hypothetically, even if a human took the station of Bahamut, he could still be Bahamut if he was beholden to the station of Bahamut, and literally the world would rewrite itself, as you guys have already seen, to believe, oh, Bahamut
Bahamut's
is a
always been
human.
a human.
But-
He's always been a human.
But he can turn into a dragon.
Bahamut could have been a Luxodon.
Yes. This is to say, literally, and it is canon for sure that Bahamut is a dragon, especially in D&D lore. But in this world, the only reason that's true is because Vorthalax is Bahamut, and the world rewrote itself, or rewrote the history of people's minds to just kind of fill in the blank and make Bahamut a dragon.
Only people in the know are resistant to the changes.
Have time resistance.
Why does getting the dragons out even matter?
As he asked that, you can't answer it, but you do feel the power of Bahamut that you have. I told you it was kind of fading. Now it's instead being pulled towards Gurgle. Now you may answer.
That's how you notice.
That is how you notice.
It's just being sucked up.
Yeah, go.
My eyes would glance to Gurgle, slightly faltering in speech.
It's because I personally believe dragons should be separate. Yes, what happened in the past is true. However, they have been culled to a point of extreme degree. I do not believe what happened in the past will occur again, especially if the histories are written correctly. History only repeats itself to the uneducated.
Fair. But why does it matter?
Or to the vein.
Point is, what are you...
Oh my god! I caught it in a way that it just like fully stabbed against the table.
I haven't been alive.
Oh my goodness! Oh, it's bleeding.
Do you need
that
first
makes
aid?
sense. I probably do need to get a band-aid actually. I
haven't-
get blood on things.
I haven't been alive for long, but I've met plenty of vain enough people. We just saw one that believes that they should be above, and I don't think that trait's exclusively human.
I agree. Hence the reason I was asking for opinions.
But-
I just am personally of the opinion that dragons should be free.
Well, I don't necessarily.
What are you
disagree.
getting at?
So you guys just keep in mind, you guys need to help people get into.
Well, you can finish saying that.
Okay, carry on. Then.
I was gonna add a game. I'm even though I'm not part of this voting conversation, just wanted to light my feedback in before you guys keep your going higher and have this argument. Kayla is fine with Kildrix taking over Bahamut and start going after Asmodeus and Tiamat because, you know, God's fighting amongst themselves is great for us. So
I can explain to you in real life why I want to do this, but I think it would be more fun to play it out. So I'm
Kayla
purposely
is
not.
I love
fine.
that Kayla just said, I'm fine with Kilcrix taking over. the
not Kildrix, sorry. yeah.
It's been
You
a
know,
while.
weird.
Right? Kilcrix isn't.
Kildrix is coming back.
Made his
Kyrktus.
appearance in quite a bit.
Point.
Kyrktus taking over because
Point is,
Right, let Kayla finish.
More
her
enemies
thought.
fighting amongst themselves and the gods. Just more distraction. More let us do our mission a little easier.
So you're voting Kyrktus as Kayla above table without being in the conversation.
without being in
But
the
in character,
conversation.
she is very not okay
She's
with
not.
this.
No, in character. Yes.
She did character. She doesn't actually care.
In
either
character,
way.
she's going to refrain from.
I'm not
entering the
voting
vote.
in character,
No.
but in above.
Kayla has
table-
voted.
Thank you, sir.
above table. That's my vote because I think it'll make.
I mean, Rosie would look around, so the
Releasing
realm's
the
like,
elementals and
I'm
stuff
assuming
easier.
like white is like starting to put itself back together or something.
Don't mind me while I wipe blood on my shorts. Carry on.
It's what Gurgle is doing. I don't
I'm-
know what, but he's repairing it somehow.
but my point is, being as time is potentially short, what are you getting at?
You would lose your champion power though, so that's a negative. So
If
What-
the seat of Bahamut falls, Tiamat's soon after,
Mm-hmm.
the dragons will no longer have a seat on the Pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
We are also planning on rewriting the Pantheon.
Okay.
You could say this is the
Well,
first
not us
rewrite.
specifically.
We were literally planning on heading to the Keeper of Knowledge, Keeper of Secrets.
knowledge keeper or keeper of secret. The answer is
To ask him questions.
I
you
will.
didn't say a wrong one.
I will say, this is the first god we've killed.
We haven't killed him. Oh,
Right?
Kayla's like, oh.
Right?
Kinda.
If the
No, it is.
It's
It
funny because
is.
Tree said that Bahamut was gonna be the first god that you guys are gonna kill, and then Paul and Nate were like, nah, there's no way.
we'd first one to be dethroned.
the dragons are not beholden under the pantheon anymore.
Yes. And while I agree with you, dragons be free, it's advertent to the now.
Yes. It's
So-
desperate to the now, as it influences what Gurgle is doing.
Okay, so what is Gurgle doing?
Fixing the realm. My guess is he's making Kirktusk the new Bahamut.
I would,
But he's
I
not a
would-
dragon.
off of that as well, especially with it being pointed out, that same kind of connection to Kirktusk's soul that Gurgle has, as that area, that white mist is spreading, you all would feel it. You would all have that same understanding of what Kirktusk's station would be if he takes it. It's preserve Baklaval, and basically, first off, we need to get Baklaval back up to the standing to be important, so that we can contend with Tiamat would be a very important part of it, because without a city, we can't contend with Tiamat.
Would it save
To
the lives of the citizens? Like stabilizing this realm, how would that affect the city?
Oh, very much so. So you
Okay.
would also know that Dragon Eyes, the artifact Dragon Eyes, is tied to the power of
Bahamut.
Bahamut's realm. Bahamut's realm falls, Dragon Eyes, that whole mist, like the entire stability and safety of Baklaval would fall immediately. And in a world like this, without extra protections, most cities would be at a very, very clear disadvantage. Zinderhold has gladiators.
Right.
They protect themselves.
Right.
Zopperkar has the magic cannons as their like extra defense. You have to have supernatural defenses in a world like this. Baklaval's is Dragon Eyes, and it is tied to the realm. And if it collapses, it would be a sitting duck for a city for a force with true power.
All right.
Let him go first.
So, above table.
You're gonna vote?
No. This is what is our goal as a party? Are we planning on dispersing with the gods ultimately, or do we want to? Or do we want?
participating in
Well,
them
yeah.
to, No, I thought it was
Yeah.
releasing
No.
the cube and then
No.
taking out
Yeah.
any god that stands
Well,
in
What
the
I'm
way.
hearing is this is an important
Yeah,
conversation.
Yeah, apparently.
I had a second
Important
part of that. I had a
conversation.
second part of that. Or are we wanting to replace the gods with people that should ascend?
That was our original goal, was that.
Okay, like if we're trying to, because technically, if you want to avoid the
We
least
could
amount of
rewrite
death,
the
you
rules, but-
Just keep talking over it. Let
you
him finish.
not only would you get rid of the gods that will be wiped out, but you would even put a replacement in for each god, so the power vacuum doesn't happen. Like the war for the throne doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen, yeah. Because if you got rid of them all and the Wars of Ascension was still a thing, it would be a free for all.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it would
yeah.
be
So
very bloody.
your way to save the most lives
The tr-
is
that
to
is the
actually find
scenario
a
where
replacement.
Your true apocalyptic scenario
That would be
without
a-
everyone dying, but
yeah.
the vast majority of people die
But the
too,
reason why
was what
Hiram
you
said
saw.
people are still going to die is because it doesn't matter. There is still going to be a war. It'd just be a smaller scale war.
Well, there's
so
still going to
this
be
is-
some
Not
natural
because we
disasters,
couldn't
too.
put in a vacuum. Effectively, you could try to avoid the vacuum thing, but it doesn't matter. People will be like, "That's a new god. That's potentially a weak god. I could maybe beat
Yeah,
him."
but it's still
the war
better.
would still
People
happen.
that think that way are
They
The
are-
war
really small.
would still happen.
That-
Also,
so along the
that's
lines
not
of-
that's also not true because the world rewrites itself. They think that that
So-
person has been the god.
kind of.
Unless
So
they're on
they-
the tier
keep in
to
mind
like
as well,
compete.
And so you guys did discover this, but as a reminder,
Unless they're a competitor, yeah.
Yeah.
the one caveat to that is how it is in recent history. You have been told, and you guys have actually experienced this as well, that was input with the current gods because they didn't want anyone to know that
That you can ascend.
so like the whole idea of them keeping power, that is absolutely a truth, but it was implemented when Shar's plan, that whole thing, Shar, Tiamat, Bahamut, you guys kind of saw their plan to become forever gods. That was implemented by them, and then that law was put into place to the point that, again, another one that you guys have seen, Bane's Ascension being what it is and people actually knowing stuff about it,
Is weird.
that is the one that people are like, this is weird, and that's why so many questions come around it. But Your natural thing, we'll even say that this is something that you had learned in your studies, studying under Orlida. The natural ascension was actually not initially like that. It was okay for a god. Again, it was supposed to be common knowledge that anyone could become a god, and it would have even been more spectacle. A god's ascension would have actually been a very, very big deal within the world.
So
Like a big
That
event.
got altered by the current pantheon.
So, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is current power vacuum in the god realm is 51% or more were in favor of static roles. Everybody gets to keep their station, right? Because they wanted to hold their power.
Kind of. 51%
Or
of
more. I know
power.
it's probably more. Yes,
no,
51% of the power.
Yeah,
not
not
necessarily 51%
individuals.
of the actual gods. Yes, yes.
That is
I understand.
important.
So this is how my thought process is. We have a Senate, if we want to think about it in this way, because this is easier for me to think.
Carry on.
Wait. You're talking about how we're gonna redo the gods?
No. This is why I actually don't think we need to have this conversation right now, and I'm trying to explain why. We have a Senate of gods, and 51% of the vote or more, we don't know the exact amount, but we know it was more than 51%, voted to have everybody static positions. Nobody loses their Senate role. So now all of the Senate gets permanent Senate power, and they get to stay in the power of the Senate forever, right? So that's how the current pantheon is set up because of that 51% or more voted it that way. My understanding of our goal was always originally that we were going to take out whoever doesn't agree with, distributing the power,
51%, yeah.
the 51% or more, and then the remaining people voluntarily give their positions because they never agreed with that way of doing it in the first place. They just had to go along with it because that's the way the Senate voted. You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
So we're only removing select gods that are in opposition to releasing entropy. And then in addition to that, the reason why I don't think this is a conversation we need to have right now until after we talk to the Keeper is because now we have extra information. And that is that Vargas said it wasn't always this way, and that we need to talk to the Keeper because this way of doing the Trials of Ascension was a failed experiment. So my thought process was, we don't really need to decide that yet, because there's also a very real possibility that when we go meet the Keeper, he's like, all right, new mission. We let all the god stations die out, and then we let the power go out into the world, and then we revamp how the power structure works, and we don't even have stations as gods anymore. I don't know. That's just a possibility.
I don't think he can just straight up just like take away a god's power.
I don't think so either.
So
but like,
that's,
if we removed the stations, like for example,
but that's why it matters
sense,
right now.
But
right?
in the sense of like, what if the idea was we go meet with the Keeper, and then it's like, yo, instead of making it so that the Senate has terms, or the God Pantheon has terms, what if we just blow up the Senate? And there is no Senate.
But that's part of this. That's this decision is what's
Do
our
we
intent moving forward.
make
For what it's
Muhammad
worth,
come back?
Are we
I don't
making
know if
this
we
god
have-
seat go vacant, or are we
That's why
reinstating it?
I don't think we know. We don't know enough to answer that question. And I do.
Well,
know
we
enough
don't
to
know
say-
enough, but we
I
have to
need
make the decision.
answer
Well,
right now.
in this specific scenario, and I was gonna try and play this out in character, but since we're having the conversation
I mean,
anyway,
you can do it in character.
in this specific scenario,
Trinity can't have it in character. Trinix that on this level.
In this scenario, the reason why I think it's important to have Kirktus in Bahamut's position, at least for the time being, is because first off, I've already secured an agreement from him. He can't stand against us, because I just barely confirmed it with him that if he goes against his own tenets, then he would basically destroy his own station.
Yeah, but as soon as he takes over, he can come at us.
No, he can't.
Yeah, he
because,
can.
No, he can't. Because
So
what did he
he's-
promise me?
no,
What did he
no,
promise me?
he's right,
What did he
because
promise me right
The
before?
important thing is that he made him take an oath as part of gaining the god's power, that he would assist you. So the moment he goes against the oath taken to become the god,
Is
Yeah,
he just
he
gonna
breaks
is
his
he,
own
But is he
rules.
just gonna shatter then in that case? Because
that's his point, though. Is
That's my
that
point. He's
if
not a
he
threat.
goes
no,
against
I'm saying
I mean
he's
that
not a threat
by
to us.
not going against us.
No, because all he's doing in that scenario is he's deferring judgment to somebody else. That's how I would play it off. and this is literally how I was gonna play it as Gurgle. It's like we do want you to help
he's,
us.
But he's
We
epitome of judgment.
Yes, but he can't be the judgment in this case because he made a promise to me that he would assist us. And if he makes a judgment, he destroys his own station. So he has to let us be the judgment in this case.
This feels like a
I don't think it's bad at all.
paradox.
It'd be like a leader saying, "All right, I'm deferring this judgment to you. I trust you to handle it."
yeah, but then you find out that they're colluding with your worst enemy.
I don't think that it would be perceived that way.
I have
think
a
that's just
thought
an
on it, but we're
interpretation.
gonna. That's something that would
That's
actually
just
be
an interpretation.
That's something
But I
to
think
play.
that situation
My
has to
one
play out. That's
thing-
why Gurgle is not concerned about
Real
it.
quick though,
Yeah.
this is in favor of you as well, for what it's worth. I do actually think it's important to know where you stand because even if you meet with the keeper, you're not talking about hypothetical. You need to know. This is Hiram, by the way. This isn't Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
This is Hiram. It's important for you guys to actually be able to play how you would play with your decisions
Right.
and characters and everything. You have to know where your characters stand in terms of what is our current goal.
So, we're taking a break.
With the current,
That's a good idea, actually. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna talk for a little bit more. That's an excellent time to go to break. We're gonna go to break. It might be a little bit longer. I'm gonna say we're gonna shoot for like 20 minutes. We'll be back in here in a little bit as we are gonna quickly hash this out. See you in a second.
3, 2, 1.
Hello, friends. We're back. Sorry, it was a little bit longer than 20 minutes. We should just talk the entire time. But good baseline established. We just rolled for the. We just rolled for the inspiration. I believe Dernick got it. Is that what you said?
Woo!
Gurgle? Is what I saw.
Oh, no.
It
Never
was
mind.
gurgle.
Oh,
Okay, Turtle,
I heard.
You have been
I
wrong.
heard it. I apologize.
I
Gurgle.
feel not inspired.
Gurgle is who got the inspiration.
It was me the whole time.
It was indeed. Hello, Ty. By the
he
way.
he
Sorry,
literally
he came in during our
he
break.
literally mage hand my inspiration.
True.
You know what? You know what's actually funny?
Invisible
is
Mage Hand.
I was
DC
low
30.
Key,
Yeah.
I was low key going to Invisible Mage Hand steal the sword before they could teleport out, so that we could have the sword.
I mean, that's why. My first question was: so is everything in here disappearing? Picks up his body.
Although I do still have a sneaking suspicion that Rousey's going to be like, I must use it, and then he's going to get cursed by an
It
artifact
turned into
weapon.
an orb, brother.
That's why
And she's
titanium
gonna identify
works, is
it.
It turned portable.
This is
Technically, it attunes to what you want.
yeah,
this
it
is
tunes to
for
what you want.
sure.
It shapes to what you need.
This is for sure a cursed titanium set of armor.
With that, to the sequence at hand, again, this white mist is emanating from Gurgle's blades, and again, you all have that same connection that I explained with Gurgle, of where you guys now understand. I would even take it further to say that you can, in addition to, I guess, connecting with Kirktu's soul, you can actually feel the realm around you almost starting to rewrite as well. To the point that I would even add to it, the grass beneath Gurgle's feet would becoming stone, like a stone plaza. With that, go ahead.
If we dispose of the Pantheon and bring the world back to how it originally was before the Keepers influenced it, we're planning on already heading to the Keeper of Secrets. We have the opportunity at hand to write it in a way that will benefit all.
What are you proposing, King?
I am proposing to let Bahamut's seat fall. To let every seat fall. And utilizing that, with the assistance of the Keeper, to rewrite the wars to not be how they are now, in any sense of the word. Not usurping, not destroying. In a term, rebirthing. Yes, there will be catastrophe, but we knew that going into it. That has been the plan from the beginning.
I don't know what 100% the right way to do this is, but I do know right now it doesn't feel right to let the city die. And I also know my grandpa spent his life building a cage for that beast. And if this city falls, I'm not sure that cage holds. And so while I might be willing to explore those options, I don't think now is the right time for that. I cannot abandon these people that I've come to see and the city that I, might be a little bit misguided, but at least they have good intention, which is better than most of the places we've been.
What say you, Rose? Follower of Lathander.
Working with.
It's a temporary partnership.
Co-workers, really.
I told him this going into it, to be fair. But I think we should wait till we talk to the Keeper, because a couple of reasons. Firstly, we don't even know if he'll side with us. He could take a bystander, see what we do. He just wants a new perspective. That's what we were told.
I agree.
But I agree with Gurgle. There's too many things we don't know. And this city falling could be really bad. So for now, I think it's a good point though, and we should definitely come to a agreement when we talk to a keeper.
Plus, we don't know 100% know if that guy was telling the truth about the whole we gotta keep Sapal alive to save your girlfriend situation, but
I believe that what he told Bahamut was true.
But-
However, I also believe it is not the only way.
But I also heard that guy, and I know he wants this city to fall, which means if he wants that to happen, the city falling is probably not a good idea.
You speak
Phones are not
true.
silenced.
Very well. Continue with your aspirations.
Also, be prepared to explain yourself to Bahamut or Vorthlax. I guess he doesn't get to be called Bahamut anymore. That's gonna be rude. That's gonna be weird to get used to.
Explain what? I denied Asmodeus an asset. I did not believe I could keep it from him.
I'm just not sure Vorthlax is gonna see it that way. Is all I'm saying.
Then I do not require his assistance.
Well, I'm just saying it might be a conversation that needs to be had.
Also, if he's not a god anymore, I think he'll want our help. Even if he doesn't like you.
He's still the son of a time dragon.
But he will
Realm tracks. Now it looks more like Baklava again.
I feel no reason to speed you guys up. I literally have a caveat for how it's spreading.
Yeah.
You guys can finish the conversation.
I mean-
I didn't have
Unless you guys are done.
Yeah, I didn't have
That would be it.
Okay. So, I heard no contest, so you guys are effectively letting this play out. Okay. So again, coming from Gurgle, the grassland, this plain, this valley that you'd expect to find a dragon in.
Oh, wait.
Can I just do one thing as it's changing? I would like to try to climb as many steps as I can before they disappear.
Do they disappear?
Hold that thought for a moment. So what we'll say is, as it starts to spread, and Kane, you're not defeated, but realizing that your idea, at least right now, it may not be the right time. You look towards the stairs, and again, both from the power that you have that is at this point rapidly being pulled from you. This is a god's blessing that is now being, as part of the ascension, being taken by the other god. Kane starts to make his way towards the steps as that shattered image of Bahamut, as the stone more rapidly starts to spread across this plain, opening up more into, again, more of like a cityscape. Trees almost like shift into buildings. Again, it very much so actually seems to model after Baklaval, but an unending Baklaval. The city's sky, the landscape, even the dragons in the sky, almost seem to give way to a misty air around. The cityscape, again, rather than ending where you can see and it goes out into the plains of Baklaval, it's almost as if Baklaval is everywhere. It just continues on. Continues to the stairs, catching up to you and not overriding. In fact, even the mountainscape, because the stairs are, again, up a mountain, that is the only section that almost looks out of place within the city. Seems to be entirely unaltered, unedited, all the way towards the top of it, that temple with the throne that Bahamut would actually have. The first time really drawing your attention to it, looking at what is the top of the stairs, and that moment of Kane realizing, like you said, that you don't believe that this is the proper station for you to take, and curiosity about rising to the top, is then met almost like you pause at the base as a throne appears at the base of the stairs, just before them, without editing anything behind it. A slight off to the sides of the stairs, you would see effectively stone walls rise up that actually would bleed and meld into the mountain, almost like this cathedral was built with just an open-ended side to go into the mountain that would allow it to rise up, going up and even like capping out into like a massive cathedral hall. And I do mean massive. We're talking like 600 feet across, a massive style cathedral hall. Like pillars would rise up from the ground. The pillars themselves looking to be dragons, modeled holding the ceiling, and in almost in a weird kind of connection. The way that the dragons hold up the ceiling would give you the idea of like the pillars holding up a city. The mural on the roof actually being that of the current Baklaval, specifically of the high tower stretching down the middle of this giant like cathedral-like hall, and these dragons acting as the pillars to hold up and prop up this city. For the white mist from your blades, after emanating out and again changing this whole landscape, which technically this would take place over it's an hour-long transition. So save you actually want to do something, which if you do, again, this technically takes an hour as this whole landscape rewrites itself. You would make it to the stairs to find them. Even as this is being rewritten, it is almost coming out from that mountain, but the mountain is not being changed. And one might say Kirktusk's throne is not even replacing Bahamut's. It is instead placed at the base of the steps. Do you still wish to ascend the steps?
I would.
Okay.
I would like to see as far up as I can get.
Okay. What was the previous distance you got up? Remind me. Do you remember?
It was 400 with the assistance of everyone else, but I single-handedly got up 42 steps.
Okay. Go ahead and make an. I'm just going to do a wisdom saving throw, or for the whole thing, rather than having you roll individually for each step this time. So we're going to do one wisdom saving throw to go up.
16.
16 total. What is math? 48 steps. Sorry, 49 steps. Math is hard. You would ascend up 49 steps. Worth noting, you don't even feel the influence at the bottom. Almost like a trial you've already passed. But as you start to get up closer to the 42, that reminder of both the weight of what ascending these steps is meant to represent and your own exhaustion from the fight would carry on and continue to push against you before rising to the 49th step just below the 50th.
I would say as I'm walking up, the dragon form almost seems to bleed away. The sheer power being taken by Kirktus. Until about the 40th step, where Cain is just a man climbing the steps, a mortal, same as anyone else. And he makes it to the 49th step and tries to step up to the 50th, but almost unable to. And he puts his foot back down and just glancing up. It's a long way to go.
As you would glance up to the top, that same white mist that is spreading across everything, you realize that it's actually currently on the throne. And you see almost that familiar... This looks like almost like a little bit of a bleed. The dreadlocks of the half-elven form of Vorthalax. But as the mist fades from the chair, like he was sitting on the throne, it seems to take the form, his dragon form, much larger than when you guys saw him in the Dragon Wars. He seemed quite small, now being more about the size of a huge dragon rather than a large. So he's definitely got quite a bit bigger. That white mist would turn into Vorthalax before fading off into the sky as the cathedral hall would fill up. The sound of stone almost like grow. It sounds like stone bricks being laid on top of each other, just in rapid succession across this entire realm. Towards the end of this, as it would complete, and I would even say that part of this would have been happening while you guys were talking, so you guys wouldn't be waiting around forever. But as that would all finish, your weapon would stop bleeding that white mist, which, for what it's worth, you guys actually do recognize that white mist as well. Dragon eyes, or this fog, this mist that bleed or surrounds around Baklaval, is that same mist that is bleeding out of the weapon. A portion of that would coalesce and give form again. You would feel in this moment Kirktus' soul leave your blades. They would no longer be present there. and he would take his form, his dragonborn form, still wearing the same armament. He seems to have all of his equipment, the cuts in his shoulders now mended together, and seemingly almost slightly glowing, like a slight glow of white emanating from him, as he would appear in front of the throne holding his sword, the lawbreaker in this case, lawbringer. I think I called it lawbreaker last week. This is lawbringer for sure. I messed that up last week for sure because it goes after lawbreakers. This is the lawbringer holding lawbringer now. Again, the effect leaving your weapons in this moment as well. Almost like looking down, like he's in prayer, as he open up his eyes and look to all of you, and even look up to the steps for you. Oh, well, this is not at all like I thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, imagine dying, being put into a weapon, and then becoming a god all in the same day is probably a bit of a shift.
It's a bit mind-altering. There's so much to shift through. As you can almost like see in his eyes, like him reading through a massive, like a library of information that just got put into his head. He would look to you specifically, Kane, and he says, "I'm sorry. I didn't know your history."
Clarify.
Vorthalax's sister, Tiamat, as I now know. I thought they were different people. It gives perspective.
Well, actually, since you know that actually makes it a lot easier, because I was just about to have that conversation with you, but it sounds like, I guess when you took the power, you also get the experiences.
And the knowledge.
And what's your opinion? Note that if you stand in my way...
Durnan gets a little closer. Razu getting ready to defend him.
I've already deposed one
Iris
champion.
is standing behind Razu and
Durnik.
I don't think there's a champion anymore. Maybe chill with the threats.
I mean, threats, defensive positions. As far as Durnik and Iris are concerned, he's about to wipe us out.
Can I say I used identify on the titanium mall?
I also
Just in case.
It's not important.
I had the scything that I was doing.
Hold that thought. I said I was going to have you do that when you leave the realm, just for the sake of completing the current events.
Jarvis has died twice.
You do still have the body and everything, but for you, he says,
First off, as Girl says, you should tread lightly, not because I mean you ill will, but simply be careful of the hubris. And this is a warning to all of you. The hubris that you've collected due to your many accomplishments will hinder you if you find yourself in another realm that opposes you. That said, I believe I would not be the best to explain it.
as he would gesture to the right, and that cathedral hall, it's almost like a door just kind of out of the stone, and then opens up as Vorthalax would walk in again. This is his full half-elven form. The black dreads being a little bit longer than last time you guys saw him as well.
Yeah, he's half-elf.
He's always been a half-elf.
Oh, yeah.
His
Half elf, half
mother
dragonborn.
is an elf.
That's what it was. Or half
elf,
dragon.
half dragon.
Half
Yeah,
elf,
that-
half dragon. He's
Yeah.
the son
My
of
brain.
Shar and the previous Dragon King.
For some reason, half elf means half elf and human in my brain for half a second. I'm
Trust
like,
me.
that's not right.
Trust
No.
me, I do not need a
You'd
crash
be like
course.
you'd have like the almost like slight elven ears, but then he would have like scales to his more so
Purple
humanoid
scales,
face. That is where the purple comes in. Black dreadlocks, for what it's worth, wearing almost entirely purple. Almost like a dark purple pantaloons with a nice, a very ornate belt, a tunic that would be like a light purple, a little with like I would say it would be a V in this case, with ridiculously smooth skin, ridiculously so.
Imagine that I haven't
Pirates,
seen
man.
the
Pirates
world.
got like a pirate run going on in this world. Hot pirates. Got it.
Jasmine's not even here to appreciate it.
Hot pirates. Got it.
I didn't make it there, and he did.
Imagine that I haven't
Did you
seen
roll? It's fine.
the real you in 2,000 years and you still look this young. How crazy is that?
Mostly on
Dragons
Yeah,
age.
well, this is a B, like a deep B.
Yeah,
like.
yep.
You gotta show off the good.
Chill, bro. I'm even being attacked for my NPC design.
Midriff still showing a little bit.
I'm never making an
He's got the
attractive.
abs.
so
The
good,
chiseled
it sounds
abs.
I'm not a female here. I have to enjoy it. That's
Bahamut was hot the first time you guys met him.
Oh, yeah.
Why are
We're
you
just,
just saying
we're just
this
adding.
now?
We're just adding to it.
I'm Iris now. She appreciates
Oh, so this is literally Iris.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
God damn.
No, we're just adding to the visual.
He's got like the low cut with the little,
Yeah.
little bit of the hip bone showing.
This is Iris now. She's just admiring Iris.
Fucking derailed. Where was it? Okay, no, I know where we're going.
Hot guys, can't get him out of my head.
She's like, dang, I always didn't like this guy, but now I'm seeing it.
I could hit
I need
it.
to reevaluate.
If looks could kill.
Okay, Forthalax entering into the cathedral hall would be looking to you to answer, and he says, "It seems he knows what my plan was, and yes, I know that Ralamon did. He breathes lies, but he breathes lies hidden in truth. St. Paul was necessary for my plan, and for what it's worth, your concerns are slightly unwarranted, if I'm not mistaken." As Kirktus, again, still processing a great deal of information, would kind of nod and says, "Was this always the plan? This is how we would pass judgment on Tiamat, but save Selfarion." Vorthalax, with a very sly smile, says, "Yes, it was, unfortunately. Tiamat is not Selfarion, and also is. She's a piece of it, a piece of 5. A portion of Father is actually lost in there as well. I learned this, or I came to this conclusion, from watching that fight while I ate. Sorry about that. But
Oh, I had a great time. Who doesn't love almost dying, you know?
it builds character. But it can be separated. I believe you have at least an inkling of this idea already, Kane. The issue is a host is needed. One that can be judged. As very stern, kind of gesturing towards Kirktusk. Tiamat must be judged.
Sapal is not the only candidate available.
Are you volunteering?
Yes.
Wait, you're volunteering to host your girlfriend's spirit?
No, host the evil forces,
Evil ones.
so they can be judged.
Oh. I don't like that either.
I think that's called suicide.
So,
It's
just so I got
nice.
this straight as Iris, and for people that didn't watch the stream up to this point, you guys are like boyfriend girlfriend, right? Just throwing this out there.
I mean, technically, she said she'd go on a date with him, and then it got really weird, and then he accidentally gave her a
To
poison
answer
cube piece, and
Your
then...
unknown question. I'm the one who ruined her life, and I will fix it by any means necessary.
But she did agree to go on a date with him.
Gurgle's inappropriate breakdown of the situation is unbeholden to the issue at hand. Relationships. His relationship was early, but you care for her, and I appreciate that, whether or not it is from a sense of immense personal guilt, or if it is some kind of early bird love. That said, do you know what it is you ask?
I have a vague idea. I will not claim to be omnipotent.
Kirk Tusk actually picking up his head and he says, allow me to break it down for you in layman's terms then. Tiamat's judgment cannot be forestalled or avoided. As of now, the means to judge her have been unavailable, but they've been acquired. It does not need to happen immediately, but if we are to separate Seltharion from Tiamat, whoever Tiamat ends up with, Vorthalax's plan, additionally Sepal, they will be judged. They will be judged harshly. At the end of their life would come too easily for the judgment that they have earned. That is to say, the fall of a god. He looks, and at this point he actually looks to Vorthalax, who knowingly kind of almost like shrugs, and he says, they're pretty involved at this point. Kirktas, again, still processing the information, kind of nods, and he says, the fall of a god is catastrophic. If you would have let this realm fall, the fallout is not peaceful. For what it's worth, I appreciate the decision that was made. Baklaval would be the least of our worries in terms of the outpouring of power that would have happened from the High Tower. Yes, it would be collected by other gods, but not before it destroyed and left emptiness in its wake. Tiamat must still be judged. The purpose of the cage, her death, the fallout, the crystal eye, a world that was never supposed to be shattered with the fall of a god. If you take on Tiamat, that persona, you would resign yourself to it. Not only the end that awaits Tiamat.
But you wouldn't be Cain anymore.
You wouldn't be anything anymore. We rewrite, we being the Pantheon, has rewritten the world's knowledge of certain beings. The judgment that has been decided upon for Tiamat is that she will no longer be. And you with it would cease to exist. Seltharion would not even know to thank you.
I have caused her suffering for unknown millennia. I feel like that is a very small price to pay.
Wait.
It's your decision to make. I simply wanted you to know what it means. As again, Kirktus would find himself a little bit lost to thought. He's clearly overwhelmed. As Vorthalax seems entirely unburdened. He makes it sound exactly as bad as it is. But I'll see if I can't find somebody else, Kate.
I'm gonna say this as somebody who would like
I know somebody else.
to consider you a friend. I think
There's two candidates for this.
you may be punishing yourself too hard for something that you didn't intend to do.
Intentions matter not, Gurgle.
They
The
do.
matter is that I did it.
They do.
Did you?
In the sense that you were not the only soul responsible. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we have somebody here who literally just gave up his godhood so that he could presumably leave the city and search for alternative ways to break his sister out.
I am no longer a god, no longer beholden to the laws, the stipulations that come with the station.
And you're not even a champion, which means technically you don't even have to stay in the city.
Correct. I told you when you came to the city, help me deal with the Shattered, and I would do what I can to help you save Seltharion. And I know what comes with that, the steps that your group must take. And for what it's worth, I believe we'll have assistance.
So,
Kirktus, almost ignoring the questions, you never intended to take it back. No. Ralamon is clever, just not as clever as me.
wait a minute. Hold on now.
Gosh, I'm Sorry, I know this image. I have to say this image in my head that's happening right now.
Are
You know, like the king dad that's like in shows when they're like, I have a very capable son, and I'm just gonna like make all my duties, like
Yeah.
all my duties to the rest.
This is
like,
the retired king for
and
sure.
like, this is the first time he's had to like step up and take responsibility, and then dad's like, meh, like just do what you want. Like I've been just ruling this country for thousands of years. It's fine. Like, if you mess up, you're fine. So I'm like imagining like this like older, laid back, hot king. That's like, he
doesn't look
"You
old
got
at
it
all. He
done."
looks like early 30s.
Yeah, but it's the wisdom behind.
I'm just
the
dying
face.
right now because I'm imagining this like king son dynamic.
What you're saying is I flipped Kayla. Now she also likes Vorthalax. Okay, he had something.
She just likes him because he's hot.
Are you familiar with the
I didn't
dagger?
say Iris wasn't shallow.
Who are you asking? You two.
Vorthalax and
water
Cubix.
Vorthalax should be the one to respond as Kirtas. Again, still kind of like processing your information. Vorthalax says, I wasn't till you gave me that food. Interesting individual. Different power. Alien. Impactful. For what I can tell, you have more. Don't use it willy-nilly. I appreciate that you did, as if you were not able to hold Sapal off, full transparency, I would no longer be amongst you. So, I do appreciate each and every one of you.
Are you familiar with what he does?
For what I can tell, he imbues the power of the divine into items, into food, and then he consumes it as sustenance.
Yeah, so
We were under the impression that he actually eats the people for sustenance.
What is the power of divine? It's souls. Do you not know the currency by which you utilize this magic?
That's
Yes,
It's
somebody's
always
finally saying
been-
it.
it's always been a little bit
Justice,
strange.
hashtag justice for Tiku.
It's just been a little bit strange that he eats people and he makes deals with them to eat them.
What happens to a soul when they die, Gurgle? When you die, what do you think happens to you? I can tell you. You become magic. A part of the origin. A piece of what we all use in our day-to-day life. This pillar, as he gestures to one of the dragons next to him, the soul of a dragon long since lost, longing to return to the world, done so through magic,
and
our access into the divine. Given even to mortals, although specialized in by some, such as your Packer,
but
in the same way that he consumes souls, Kalimvor ferries them across a river.
and what happens when they get shattered?
That is something else entirely. A punishment typically reserved for those like Tiamat.
You don't deserve to be free. The
So,
energy's corrupted.
For what it's worth, one might say a god-given one as well. Impressive that Tiku learned that magic. I imagine the Packer has something else at play.
so my whole point is, if you're trying to erase the existence of a creature, why does someone have to be judged along with him? If you could just kill him and then shatter his soul.
Because it's no longer in pieces, it's one. Could you separate it? Perhaps, but it will cling to another. For example, let us say that I were to separate
Holy
Tiamat's
shit.
soul.
We're gonna.
You simply think that you can separate it and shatter a piece, but once it is separated, it is... You could say it's
Fragmented.
magic we no longer have access to. It's why the Packer has to give form to that which he eats. It has to be tangible, least we can't interact with it. In the same way that I could not rewrite the origin strand, but if I use it to write, I can access that. The soul must be tangible. Originally, again, meant to be Sepal. We need a target or an entity that we can interact with, in essence, to be judged.
Sorry, had some crazy headcanon about how the origin works because we mentioned that this was effectively a rune
Rune
cast, a rune weave, yeah, right? But the strength of the rune weave is based off the stories of the lived experiences, aka the souls, right? And it endlessly builds up for the entirety of existence, as this rune weave is. But the imperfections of the rune weave itself is the shattering of the souls, which lessens the power of the overall rune weave.
But sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah,
Necessary
yeah. But yeah. So it's actually like the imperfections of the performance of the rune weave, but overall you're still building up more power.
That's good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Sorry, headcanon there.
I would walk down to Gurgle, actually moving down the steps, stopping in front of him.
I appreciate the care. Do not get me wrong. But I knew my life was a catalyst for saving her. Ever since I knew the price of collecting her story from the library. It is a price and tool I will use.
I'm not as much of a believer in this kind of stuff as you guys, so I'm also kind of greedy, you know. I kind of like my cake, and I want to eat it too, you know. So
That's not how the world works.
maybe for you, but until I can't, I'll keep trying to do it. So
I hope
if you try to kill yourself, look, it's your choice. But at the end of the day, if there's another way, I'm probably gonna do it with or without your consent. That's all I'm saying.
Do not get me wrong. That is not my first choice. But I am stating it is a choice, one that I will make without hesitation.
For what it's worth, I also hope that is not what it comes to. I have other ideas. Sir Paul was the prime candidate, the most likely target and the most capable of holding the power. The fight afterwards would have been hellish. But
As for why I killed him, Asmodeus wanted him. I do not know why.
yes, I caught on into it as well. I simply thought that the risk was worth it. I don't fault you for making the decision. I heavily considered it myself. But a catalyst was needed. Him actually smiling and laughing, looking to Zabal or to Kirktus, he says, "Certain steps will need to be taken." And again, Kirktus he's getting through it, and he looks to me again, and he says, "How much did you plan?" Well, Alexis, "Oh, you know, everything since about a year into your conscription. On that note, though, I now have the business of finding another vassal. I have no intention to use you for it, Kane."
First things first. The dragon eyes. You promised my use of it.
I did, although we do need approval from Bahamut. Kirktus kind of like shaking that off. What do you intend to use it for?
Find my friend.
Bahamut, it is Bahamut now. Bahamut would close his eyes, and again, he almost focusing on his sword, starts to. Your idea would be pray. Is that white essence would almost like not slow this time, just and seems to shoot off. And both like says, "Always a man of action. I do love you." Now, I promised you assistance, Gargle. I intend to keep that promise. This is for all of the Cubix Ascenders, Zephyr included, despite his disdain for me. As of right now, my first priority is to find a new vessel for Tiamat. Least she can be judged and save Seferion. But I'm not entirely privy to your machinations. What do you need? How can I help?
I have an idea.
Well,
on the vessel candidate.
Do I
The time dungeon.
not really need as much as I want?
You're saying the crystal eye itself?
No. The one that the Chrono Hunter likes to hide its captives inside of. I know how to find it.
Oh, please enlighten me.
We require Moradin's compass.
A simple task, no?
I never said it would be easy.
Perhaps we'll collect Azol's staff as well.
I have been doing my own research.
I just broke Kayla.
I missed something.
All right, I need you guys to lock in, dude. Rise of a god
I'm
here.
having a serious conversation with a god right now, and you're staring at his pecs.
He's not a god anymore.
Oh, she's staring at his too.
He's mortal and approachable now.
That's exactly what she's thinking.
What you're saying is he's submissive and breedable?
Definitely not, actually. I'm fucking derailed again. I was going
I'm
somewhere.
trying so hard not to. I have so many comments.
I think you would ever be down bad for an NPC.
And I just,
Especially this one.
He's not helping at
no.
all.
I mean, you're on. I just went over there and broke her. Now.
So bad.
I think you have a fan.
It's so bad.
I'm going to say he
we
winks
just
at
have this-
Iris
we just have
as
this
she's just like
gushing-
breaking down.
we
Looking
just have this gushing, blushing
yeah,
Iris
yeah,
over
yeah.
here that cannot contain herself.
Which is funny because all the 6 months here, she's been like, Bahamut's kind of a dick. She meets him. She's like, oh my god. I can fix him.
Yeah.
I can fix it.
I can breathe. Okay, hold on.
Okay, so actually, this question is actually a good segue. So I'm a small out of character break. What's our next adventure? Did we have a plan for our next adventure? Do we want to go pick up Zephyr afterwards, or are we going, or are you guys wanting to keep playing these characters?
Above table, what does Tree want to do?
This is actually mostly for Trinity and Kayla. Do you guys want to go back to playing Tiku and Zephyr, or do we come back and pick you up, or do we go on another adventure with these two before we go back to picking up Zephyr and Kayla?
There's more above table stuff to talk about on that one. So.
Like, we can do that.
Iris wants to hunt down Malice and snakes.
Okay.
So
But ultimately, shoot, I forget the city. Where's Staria?
Laylisk. Oh,
That's
Stilmakar.
Stilmakar. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Like, I thought
that was
Stilmakar
one
was a big
option.
one.
So Stilmakar, you really probably should take Zephyr, just because there's a whole Staria thing going on there.
Right.
So that's gonna probably need to
Keeper,
happen.
Also, probably Zephyr.
So before you go to Stilmakar, you should go to the Laylisk
pick up Zephyr.
and pick up Zephyr, and then we'll probably do the whole cube thing while we're there.
And the other problem is
If you want to do anything in between going to Laylisk and now,
Layla's
I'm
where
fine either
Malice
way.
is, right?
we go
You did just figure out that Malice is
Yeah.
in
So
Laylisk.
so Iris will go to Layla's.
Loot Cave, Loot
But there's
Crypt
it's a
is also
crypt
in
for sure, huh?
Loot Crypt is also in Stilmakar.
It's the Tomb of Warriors, if you actually want the name.
Paul's over here
Like,
like,
get me in there! Get me!
The Loot Crypt.
Get me in there!
So if we go that route, we have to go get Zephyr first. So
That puts you going to Laylisk.
probably that's what I would think makes the most sense after this.
if you guys wanted to go to the Keeper before you went to Laylisk, that's fine.
I also thought I would want Zephyr to be there for that.
Like
too.
he would, but like
Also, that's literally another
I
continent.
can teleport.
Teleportation.
Yeah, we have access to people.
Distance in the
teleport.
world of
As
how
a
big of a
teleportation.
how big of a thing would go talking to the keeper be?
Bonk the ball.
Okay. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, but like most of you do is just like
In
send a
favor.
message to Zephyr.
I just
Zephyr
wanna
would
go-
put in his
I
input.
wouldn't
and
mind
then-
getting
cool
the
with going to the
cube.
tower afterward. I'm actually going.
I wouldn't mind
cool
getting
with
the
going to
cube before we go to
That's
Layla's.
that's what I'm
Okay,
thinking.
okay.
So I
Because
can
Layla's-
having the cube with the snake or with the wisdom
I will say whether or not you have the Cube of the Infinite will dramatically impact
Yeah, I think
how that
it'll
interaction
impact
goes.
that
Yeah,
You can do it either way, but
so
it will dramatically impact it.
Yeah.
I think we should have the cube first.
So we're going to Laylisk.
Laylisk, I already heard you say Laylisk as well.
I think
Iris is gonna go to Laylis, yeah.
Okay,
Laylisk.
cool. Going to Laylisk.
Okay. Now, Bahamut has asked you how he can help.
Okay.
You now know that you're going to Laylisk.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure we knew roughly where we're going. All right. So,
I was so tempted to break you.
do you know?
I knew how to do it too.
Do you know of entities called the Keepers?
I'm familiar, yes. More powerful than the gods, actually. But less involved. If you want to turn that into something fancy, one of them loves that stuff.
What?
He pointed to the Gitanium that she had collected.
Oh yeah, I think this is one of them.
It does bear his mark, actually. Not physically, but metaphysically.
I think it bears more than his mark. I think the thing inside of this is also probably on that level, if not one of them.
Most intriguing. You're claiming that you have a keeper in your blades.
Something as old as Keepers, for sure.
You know, you guys get more fascinating every time I talk to you.
Anyway,
The entire reason you only talked to us in the first place.
You're
That is
not
true.
wrong.
That's true. That's true. So we're planning a trip, and you know, in the sense that I think, now that I've explained a little bit about what our ultimate goal is and why we think what you guys set up was a bad idea. I like having allies, and we are planning a trip to meet the Keeper. I don't know if you know that name.
The Keeper of Secrets. The Keeper refers to all 7 of them.
They are keepers, from what I understand.
The all knowledge.
The Knowledge Keeper, Keeper of Secret. They all have many names from the little bit that I've been able to work on
Sands
with
of
them.
knowledge.
I have reason to believe that the Keepers are not happy with the way that the trials were set up even before you guys intervened with them.
Good news. I have a completely unbiased opinion on that now.
So,
Unbiased.
Of course. Bahamut can function well on his own. Characters, again, almost like kind of winces at being referred to as Bahamut. As he looks up and he's like, there's so much to do. It's like, oh, I know.
True.
I have a quick question. Are you a follower of Bahamut now?
In the words of Razu, more like co-workers. I'd also go as far as to say best friends. And that one, instead of wincing, Kirktus would look at him and like a very warm, kind smile.
Are gods just people?
I'm glad I kind of.
Yes?
I'm glad I
It took
kind
you a
of.
little long to notice.
I'm
Very
I
hot
guess,
people.
I guess in a weird roundabout way.
I had to do one. I had to do one. I did it.
Iris said that.
Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
was
yeah.
canon.
Oh no, Dirk already said keep it in your pants.
In a weird roundabout way, I guess.
Are all gods hot people?
I'm kind of glad
Or
that
all
I
gods
was
hot
right about
people?
you even way back then, even though I think you didn't even realize it back then.
I was young and ambitious.
Which is
In my
weird to say,
opinion.
because you're so much older than me in both scenarios.
Time has a way of stretching, dilating for those that have more. It's the reason that humans, as short-lived as they are, even a human in their short stretch can sometimes rise to be a god, but an elf that lives for 1,000 years will accomplish nothing. It's a curse and a blessing.
Well, the two things that I would like to request then is actually 3 things. Is first, and this one I think is easy, but we are very much wanting to release Silfarion in whatever way possible. So continue to assist us on that one, which I think that lines up with you anyway, so I doubt that's even really a request for you. But the second thing is we are going to be going to the Leylas Tower, and I know for a fact Adara and Mistra don't like us. So, whatever advice you can give us there, that'd be nice.
I can give you more than advice, actually. For your first and second, both similarly applicable. Bahamut, I can maintain the prison. Give me the keys so that you may actually operate to your station. Kirtas would just nod to this and direct it towards you as you're the one talking. He says, we can hold using the power of the Dragon Eyes as well as the unfiltered power of Bahamut. We can hold the gods back for as long as you need. I don't believe we will look to take action further until we're ready to breach the prison. But the power now separated between us, if Vorthalax can maintain the Crystal Scar, then I can hold back those that would oppose you. That is to say, Adaro, Mistra, and Tiamat specifically will leave you alone. Their followers, you will have to deal with yourself.
And then the third thing is, Asmodeus is a cunning guy. And I know, and this is not meant to be offensive, but it might come out that way. But I know if we hadn't shown up, maybe it wouldn't have happened until we showed up. Maybe that was part of his plan, but regardless of how it went down, I do recognize that your city and your station would be pretty far off worse than it is
No
right
need
now.
to sugarcoat it, Gargo. We would have fallen. I would have died and my city would have been destroyed.
There's, yeah, you guys were maybe a little bit too prideful on the whole, like, they're not a threat to us kind of thing. But anyway, the reason I bring all this up is not necessarily to throw shit on anybody, but the point is that we still don't know very much about this guy. He's apparently been around as long as this guy, which he was here before any of us.
Why you look at me like I'm old? I'm 24.
Well, I mean, like, you saw this Ralamon guy before any of us. You got the cube from him. Like, you've known him longer than anybody.
Yeah.
Ralamon gave you the cube?
Specifically, it was malice.
No.
I thought it was a reward for the game. Isn't that what you told us when you told us the story?
Yeah, what he just said, no, he did not give it to us. He was effectively the host of a game that the gods did to get...
You said that Malice himself handed it to you.
Yes, but like a gamekeeper giving you something that's yours, but it's not actually his. He's just hosting.
Yeah, I thought it was like a reward for the game. It was like, you get that and a wish, right? Isn't that what happened?
I don't think he gave us a wish.
I'm fairly confident that...
We got let into a loot room, effectively.
I'm very confident there was a wish involved.
Specifically, it was a Duadar who got the wish. I remember now. A Duadar wished to end the games and to release all the souls held within it.
Oh yeah, that did happen.
Which is funny, because if you think about it, Razu technically told Cain.
That's what I'm saying. Kane just remembers what Razu told him better.
I have the conglomerated...
I've got two
memory.
people in my head, bro. I got a lot of information to shift through.
Anyway,
Either way,
I don't know
this
when I was
doesn't
me
matter
or
then.
when I was Squawk. It's kind
But
of all
I'm
blurry.
curious.
and apparently that guy has also died by, you know, Mr. Punchy himself.
So I'm assuming, piecing things together...
And then he also showed up in a cube in a vision that Teeker had while we were in the volcano island. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, this guy's all over the place. Like,
He literally taught Squawk how to make sprigs.
Right, so Ralamon, this individual you've met, he was in the cube.
Yes.
not only was he in the
He's
cube,
in the
he
cube,
also died.
he's out the cube, he died,
Like-
and he taught Squawk how to make sprigs.
I am almost positive he has found a way to separate himself.
He literally just told me he taught Squawk how to make sprigs.
Bahamut with like an understanding smile is like, that's why Asmodeus went off the grid. Context for all of you, Asmodeus went dark 6-ish years ago. It's hard to put it all together. We were finding pieces of him, or bits, and then he seemed to vanish entirely.
The games were 8 years ago, correct?
Somewhere in there.
Was it really? He would have said 8.
Oh, we knew it was 8.
My bad.
Oh,
It's Hiram's mistake.
Razu would then.
This is something I'm just bad at.
Razu would then.
Is it a bad time to mention that these games were literally hosted by Asmodeus?
And also, we're called the
And you
Wars
said
of
he was
Ascension.
in the cube.
And
In the
marked
cube,
him
out
as
the
a
cube, he
champion.
died by Kog'Maw punched him in the gut, and he died.
Which to the cube is where?
It's
In
in
the
Layla's.
tower.
Where Mala says. Oh, it gets more fun with every sentence.
And
Don't worry, Zephyr's already there.
apparently he's marked as a champion
Nothing will go wrong.
for Asmodeus. Now putting that into context.
I can confirm you do.
Maybe.
In fact, you've passed 2 or maybe even 3 of his trials. Of anyone here, you are certainly the closest to ascending.
Asmodeus?
That's a really awkward situation.
Or a god?
Asmodeus, specifically.
What the fuck?
Imagine
For what it's worth, I
the
think you're even
ultimate-
closer than Mullis.
Imagine the ultimate
Oh,
villain
shit.
of the game is Razu turned evil.
You just said
Wait
Battle Lies
a
is not evil.
Okay, so I have a question. I don't think this is pertinent.
You-
and I think I know the answer.
Hey, Razu, you know that thing that's gnawing on the back of your mind? That's your conscience.
Jiminy Cricket died.
You just push that feeling real deep down. Real deep down.
The low-key end of the campaign is Razu fighting Cytherin for Asmodeus' seat.
Okay, so. So the reason you were going to give Sepal the Dragon Eyes is to, like, make a deal to free Slitharion? Is that what that was about?
We were never going to give Sepul the Dragon Eyes.
Where did you get that plan?
No, the Whisper said that he was going to give us the Dragon Eyes for helping him take down the city.
Which
I
he
remember
wasn't.
you when you went down the other
I
way.
mean, for what it's worth, he would have. They would have been useless, but he would have given them to you.
From what I remember, like, Kirktus was going to give Sepal the Dragon Eyes, and then Kirktus, Sepal effectively killed him, and then he was like,
No.
"You cheated.
No.
That wasn't the deal."
The Kirktus had nothing to do with giving
I'm on
Dragon
drugs.
Eyes to
Ignore
Sepal.
me.
You
Sepal
really are. Like,
killed-
I'm really trying to get where you're coming
Sepal
from. It's like,
Kirktus.
this guy's lost.
I'm pretty sure.
He can't even find the sauce.
It's the
pretty
new
sure
serums
they-
he's made.
True, like, he literally got new. He just leveled
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
He
yeah,
like, tries
yeah.
to do it. He's like,
This is just conjecture, but I'm pretty sure that the keys to the prison are the Dragon Eyes, which apparently can be divvied up into any number of people. And at the current stage of when we entered Bakaval, the people that held it was Jawless,
Who the
Kirktus.
fuck is Jawless?
he's literally talking about the guy who's
Oh,
missing his-
Jawless.
Jawless.
Jawface.
Yes. No.
As we did.
I thought you were saying Jaws, and I
No,
was like, "Who the
Jaw-
fuck is Jaws?"
Jawless.
Zaldrick.
Zaldrick.
Zaldrick is his actual name. You guys never really interacted with him. He was just a
I mean,
name.
I spoke with Dead for his dead body. And also he's frozen in the crystal eye. So his body still exists.
I remember that.
Anyway, that guy had part of it. Kirktus had part of it. And then bro that got chopped his head off as soon as we got here got part of it.
Ron?
Yeah. That dude. I don't even remember that dude. He's a vegetable at this point.
Wow.
Listen, he's
I thought you said you were taking notes now.
that guy's a vegetable. He literally got his head chopped off, became a vegetable, and then we never talked to him again.
He became a vegetable. He's still up and kicking.
No, brother, he's a vegetable. If there was ever a vegetable, a guy that cannot say no, that's a vegetable. He's basically just a walking thing that does whatever whoever is there tells him to do.
It could be anybody.
Going back to session at hand.
I'll bet you it'd be a kid. A kid would be like, "Hey, go get me that. Go get me that sandwich." And bro would be like, "Okay."
What you're going for is he's very impressionable.
He doesn't have much of a will.
Anyway, those three people were the Dragon Eyes. Zoldrick died. Other guy got his head chopped off, and then I presumably had his power revoked because he no longer was in a position where he could maintain it, and so they probably took it away from him. And then Kirkus died.
Also died.
Which
Except not before
means
they
that
could revoke
nobody had the keys, which means the Dragon Eyes was probably just not working until
Leaving
Bahamut.
broccoli a vegetable.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how you thought that they were gonna give us these.
But the
artifacts
reason I'm
only work
confused
to maintain the cage and
is
the
because
mist around.
the reason I'm
Bakuval.
confused is because Kirktusk was also one of the holders of the Dragon Eyes.
And this is also just a secondary conjecture.
Okay.
The reason there's a tunnel underneath that goes to the Crystal Eye, that's like a direct wormhole to the Crystal Eye,
No.
is because
Assassinated? Like,
Okay. No
Because-
offense. Does
He
this
literally got
is this
ambushed.
pertinent right now?
That's what I'm going to say. You can finish this thought, but then we need to go back to the...
This is actually pertinent. The connection to the Crystal Eye is how they're funneling the Dragon Eye's power into the cage that holds Tiamat.
Never what I was saying.
And the Wind Elemental is facilitating that.
Technically not pertinent to him thinking that you guys were getting the crystal eye
But that
from
is
something.
The question is-
Yeah.
pertinent to
Whatever the
your
case is,
thought.
the answer,
question-
that was the very long answer. No. The answer to your question is no.
The question is, how did they get in the city if the Dragon Eyes don't let people you don't want in the city?
The shadow you speak of?
Yes.
I mean, under the
Were
city.
you not one of the three? I was told that.
Kirktusk would nod. He would look to Vorthalak at this point. He says, "But you, no." Vorthalak smiling, trying to let him come to it. He says, "Simply put, a traitor, someone who had access to the Dragon Eyes who was flipped. Even as a god, your power is not omnipotent. You don't have full control. Zoldrick was impressionable, a law broken, a punishment enacted, a service not yet complete, swayed by the whispers of blood."
Why not have Kirktus be the only one with access?
Is it stronger when it's in two separate people instead of one?
Because Kirktus can't maintain it. Sorry, couldn't maintain it. It's too much.
What? Go back!
You have a band?
Soul music.
Stop.
Hey guys, we made
Stop.
it.
This is kind of some chill music. We won the game, dude. This is the credits.
I was not prepared.
Just looks over.
You have a band?
I do
What was I
now.
saying?
You were saying he
Kirktusk
can
is
now.
Entertaining.
Oh,
Entertaining.
strong enough.
Kirktus is now strong enough to withhold it. However, the power is too much for one individual. You mentioned that you thought you might get the Dragon Eyes. You would decompose under the power. You need to be or have the power of a god. Between Kirtus, Gron, and Zoldrek, they had that.
I see. Well, that was pretty pointless, but, curiosity sated.
Knowledge is knowledge.
And
You
the
had
final
three.
request.
The final request.
The final request. Well, actually, we didn't actually say the second request. The second request is he
Yep, told you final request.
Hold on. I just realized we never actually got to the second request. I was just talking about Asmodeus. No. No. We the second request was
What is your
Asmodeus.
request, Gargoyle?
The Asmodeus
The number doesn't matter.
is a problem, and we need help figuring out what to do with this guy, because I actually secretly think this guy might be as big of a threat or more of a threat than Tiamat.
Well, my first order of business, you're already doing, thankfully, which is simply don't trust him. Very simple baseline. Anytime you think that, he's on your side, he's helping you work towards your goal, you're lying to yourself. He is not your friend. He never has been your friend. Not even you.
I'm your friend, Razu.
I want to channel my inner Tiku and be like, Uncle Ralamon is not our friend.
Secondly, eliminating his connections to the world. I was still privy to the conversation, and as much as he claims Malus is a competitor, you could say, even if they are, they compete with each other, making each other better. Malus is an asset to him. If you can eliminate Malus and the pieces of Malus, ideally again, he was not lying at this either. They can be pit against each other, but they do need to be dealt with. Before you're ready to deal with Asmodeus, just in case you were not certain that was in fact Asmodeus, I had to give it to you somewhere.
I'm glad you explained that. I've been confused. Who's Asmodeus?
Malus is an asset to him, and he did not lie when he said that he was his champion. He simply left out that he was the leader or the god. Eliminate Malus before you deal with him. Pit the clones against each other, the sprigs. They are selfish.
We did have one that kind of helped us for a while.
Yes. Urikshaw was the most disconnected. For what it's worth, a piece of that has returned to him. To the original Malus, to be fair. Likely not to be slightly squashed, but
it does exist.
It exists, yes. Especially if you can bring up old wounds. I hear he's got a very high fondness for a girl named Saga.
And a weird kind of respect for Derek?
I feel like it was like the little brother.
I feel like
to
honey
like
traps
the older
are
brother who
definitely the best way
hated
to
his
go.
little brother.
He wants his
lot.
approval, but at the same time thinks that Derek hates him and that betrayed him, but also like for some reason still.
No, I talked to Derek. Derek hates him.
No. I mean, Mollusk feels like he wants his respect, but knows that he hates him, and so it's like a weird conflicting thing.
I think that's just the entirety of the Dawnbringers.
As of right
guy's
now, that is all I have for you in that regards. But I will do my best to draw up more information on Asmodeus.
Yeah, help
my
us.
dealings with him have been few and far between, but I have known him for millennia.
Yeah, help us there. Last thing is that we really need a good way to contact our allies, and so maybe you could be kind of the main connection point, because like we don't know a lot of gods, like we don't know a lot of champions. We've talked to a couple of them.
For what it's worth, more know you than you think, and many of them actually stand behind you, despite what you believe.
They might not when they realize what our thing is gonna do.
It was kind of
to
weird.
A lot of their places, but
I interacted with the champion of Flatlander, and it's like, he's like willing to work with me, but I can tell that guy hates my guts. He's like, dude, I'm the dirt on his shoe. Like,
No offense, Razu, but you don't really scream Lathander material.
I agree. I told him that.
For what it's worth, perhaps this will be of assistance to you. I think you've been in a little bit of a flux on who potentially you can trust and who you can't. I cannot speak for each champion, as I've only interacted with the gods. However, I can tell you who voted in favor of our current disposition. One, the most obvious to all of you, I believe, would be Talos. Another would be me.
In favor?
In favor,
Yes.
yes.
Of gods in power.
he's flipped now. He's a good dragon.
He's a good dragon.
Talos,
Slurp.
Shar, myself,
Tiamat?
and Tiamat all were in favor. Bane is also in favor, although he's a new addition. He wasn't present at the time, but someone who was introduced to the Pantheon later and had enough pull to upheat it and decided to keep the status quo. That is to say, he is currently in favor of the Pantheon standing. Azoth is likely going to stand against you, Mistra as well. The rest all stood against.
Well, you missed
Asmodeus?
He actually was against it.
You said
That's really
Azoth.
good. That's not good for a lot of reasons.
Only
Azoth was
5
for
of
it?
you.
Sorry, one more time.
Azoth was for it, you said?
Yeah. So the gods that were in favor, so your power majority, were the 3 dragon gods, or I guess Shar's not a dragon god, but Tiamat, Bahamut, and Shar. Bane got introduced later, but was in favor of it. He simply had the chance to upheave it, and effectively decided not to. He
He
decided
was strong
to
enough
leave
to
it
say,
there.
I don't like this.
But his power would have flipped it the other way, but he did not go against it. Azoth voted in favor, and Mystra voted in favor. So you're at 5 gods that voted in favor. Bane came in later as a 6th god and was not opposed to it, we'd say. That would be the better way to say it. Not opposed to it, but not necessarily that he voted for it.
5 out
All-
of 15?
All other gods voted against it.
It's like
Sorry, apologies. He would not have messed this up. I did. Moradin also was very for the
Okay,
idea.
yeah, I do remember that.
But here's the other thing, John. It's more like a business, whereas these gods are more powerful, so they own 70% of the Senate.
That's the reason when he said the 51%, and I said important, 51% of the power of the gods was in favor of this.
So we have 4 against us plus an additional 11 of other people.
So
Wait, where's
there
Lathander
was
on
6
this?
against us.
Lathander also would have been against
Is Loth
the
the
idea,
god?
so
Okay.
he would be for your.
But-
Sorry, what was that?
For our team.
What are the major gods?
1,
You guys-
2,
We have
3,
done
4,
this
5,
so many
6.
times, Nate.
But that
Write them
sketches,
down.
But that
Okay.
sketches me out even more because
7,
even if
including.
Asmodeus
So 7
was
against.
one that was against it and wants
It
to
was against it.
release the Trial of Ascension, that only
Because
means
I think
he
Kelm
thinks he
Boar's
has another
on
way
our
of
side, right?
becoming the supreme god.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through all of these just so we can have it know in certain terms.
Wild Mother.
Wild Mother was against. Technically, Tyrael is the only sub-god that still lives. He's a sub-god to the Wild Mother, but they are part of the same station. It's more accurate to say that they're duo gods that hold the same station. So the Wild Mother was against it. Sorry, thing was loading. Okay, Kelemvor was against it. Lathander was against it. Solinar was against it. Bahamut, Tiamat, and Shar were all for it. Mystra, Azoth, and Moradin were for it. Wazarine's against it. Talos is for it. Asmodeus, Loth, and the Raven Queen were against it.
Wazarine was against it?
Yes.
She a bitch.
Sorry, the last few you said.
He'd work with us. but we're
Sorry,
a
the
bitch.
Raven Queen, Loth, and Asmodeus were against it.
No, it's just that what she did to
Asmodeus
Clay
was against it.
specifically
That
when she
was-
was against it.
Sorry,
Sorry, for it.
Who?
So Asmodeus is
Asmodeus was against the current pantheon being forever.
Yeah.
That's what he just said. That's
That's
not
sus
good
as
to know
fuck.
here.
So he lies even when voting.
No, he's not lying. The
gonna put it-
sus part is that he thinks even with the Trials of Ascension, he can still become the supreme god, which means he's got a bigger plan.
I'm putting a question
Bro's
mark
trying
on
to
that guy.
usurp entropy.
That's totally fair. You know what I would do? I would make a smiley face, but it would be smile into a frown.
The reason Bro's in the
That's my
Cubix-
emoji that represents him.
Upside down smiley face.
Wait,
No, that's just a frown.
trying to
It's got to be a
usurp
swiggle.
entropy.
No,
Like,
no,
Bro-
the
Bro-
face
Bro's
is
in the
upside down,
face is
but it's
upside
Figuring out
smiling.
how to reverse
Smiley
engineer
face,
the
but it's upside
cage.
Wait,
Bro's trying to. I just thought of the
Ramon's
five-head
playing a
lord.
bigger game.
I just thought of the five-head lord. Asmodeus went in the cube so that he had enough time to research how to reverse engineer the cage so that he could create a cage that could be used as a power source so that he could use it to become the supreme god.
So, the Dragon Eyes.
How do you become the supreme god? You supplant the most powerful power source in the universe.
Theory crafting to be had later. finishing this section at hand. We at least got to make it through this section today. For you, Kirk Tusk, look, he says, I did find her, and for what it's worth, you're going in the right direction. Laylisk Tower has access to the land in between.
I was told the Dragon Eyes could just reform the connection. You lied to me.
As I turned to Vorthalax.
Vorthalax not smiling, he says, I didn't. He's not done. Kirk Tusk, I can reestablish the connection using the power of the Dragon Eyes, yes. I just don't think you'll want it.
Why?
If I tell you, you'll want it for sure. But I will say your own psyche will likely do better if you find her at Laylisk. That said, if you want it, as he would hold up his eyes, and you would quite literally see almost like two small dragon eyes that would appear, one golden and the other silver. Very similar to what you saw as the heads that came off of, like exact same color scheme of the heads that came off of Sepal. As the two.
They weren't missing eyes, were they?
No, I'm just
Okay,
the colors. The colors are the exact same, and the magic is familiar as well. To the point that you're confident this is actually what Sepal used to grow those two dragon heads. But he would hold out his hand, and the two dragon eyes would appear above it. He says, "If you wish to see again, simply take. I recommend against it.
Why do you recommend against it?
For your own psyche. You might become desperate."
Emergency magical item.
They've been pretty trustworthy.
Vorthalax would chime in at this point again. He says, "She's safe for now. As I said, the gods have been more aware of your presence than you know. The items given to the Shattered, one might say they're more magically intact than those that follow Adaro should typically have. Adaro is a god that believes in divine power alone. Typical magic is baseless, despicable, deplorable even. But they're not so... He's not so beholden to that he won't use scrupulous means.
You're saying the elephant's blades have done something more, something that I've realized.
Provided by Laylisk. The experimental division in the higher parts of Laylisk Tower.
Use those eyes. Tell me where the blades are.
Kirtas again would close his eyes and he'd focus on it. And then you'd see some of that white mist would pull back in to the eyes. And then he would open it. Says, "They're in the prison vault with your cube."
Prison bro?
Suspiciously right next to each other.
That's
Almost
not
screaming
sus.
to be found.
This is a bait. This is a trap.
But we have an undercover agent.
A trap we have no
We're gonna
choice.
die. I already died.
I'm actually really good at breaking into things.
And I'm gonna die, and you're gonna get out again.
So finish your thought and then we'll go to you.
And you're telling me these eyes would be a shortcut to the connection?
They would re-establish it, but you wouldn't be able to summon her. For example, you'd simply be able to hear her.
And why is that a bad thing?
Because you yourself will be desperate. If I tell you more, you'll take it for sure. Just know I recommend against it.
You fucking bitch.
He's still holding his hand out, though. It's very clear that he's giving you the choice.
Why is... I hate that so much. Don't do this. But if you had all the information, you would 100% do this. It's like, why?
Do you trust Zephyr?
Just make a choice.
Do you want me to tell you more? And have you I'm telling you as Hiram. If I tell you more, you'll take it.
Sorry,
Zephyr.
real quick thing. For kind of story continuity, do we want to do like a 1 month time skip? Just kind of like let
Yeah.
Zephyr establish himself because
Alright,
it hasn't
we're-
been that much
The
time.
answers we're going to, unless you
Okay.
guys just decided. You guys said you were committed to helping to establish Baklava or like deal with the aftermath of this.
Okay.
Unless you guys just decide, never mind.
Just
Best of luck.
Just
I
making
would
sure
have
we're
been
not
impressed.
jumping on this as a party
We got a
too
secret.
fast.
We got a secret base.
Just make sure
and
we're
we
not
gotta
jumping on
flush
this
out
too fast as
baddies.
a party.
No, unless you guys change this, I was always intending, because you guys told me that you were planning to help reestablish Baklaval. There's going to be time that's spent here before you leave.
So,
Don't get too desperate.
I don't even know if it's cursed, but can you uncurse that?
The primordial stone.
That and the Titanium.
Yeah.
That doable? You can?
But
Quite
hear
easily.
me out. Hear me out. What if it's not a curse? What if it's an artifact?
I will
And
say
the entity that lives inside of it is a bad dude.
I can eliminate any curiosity. That's exactly what it is. Titanium, as I believe you're aware, Dragonstone, Magicite, all of them. The primordial stone gains a will of its own, just as your scythe hungers for blood. But that weapon in the hands of Cain would likely want something entirely different. That armor's not cursed, it simply likes to kill.
Likes to kill as not your enemies?
I don't remember. You guys took it from me.
I don't think it would care, actually.
Give it.
Did you see how he was like?
So it's usable.
Did you see how he was just like bopping us at random? It didn't have like any rhyme or reason.
That was the helmet, though.
You can't separate elemental power.
No, I thought the helmet made him more so.
All right, Bahamut. Tell me, without any doubt, is she safe, and will she still be safe by the time we arrive?
She is alive, and she will be alive by the time you arrive.
I mean, that is kind of the best way to say.
I suppose that'll have to do.
I'm gonna kick up my staff and I'm gonna start to exit.
I am sorry. As he closes his hands, he himself actually winces as well. Just in case you are not convinced, there is definitely something at play there.
Are you able to separate?
Not from him, by the way. I'm not saying that he's
you got
lying.
a
He was
whole month to
being
let
very.
beat yourself
No.
up over this decision.
Identify.
Every morning you wake up, you're like, "Fuck, damn it!"
Your light is still on.
I mean, it was to ask him if he could effectively uncurse it.
Identify. Or identify.
I already did that.
So identifying this would be very. It is a dragonstone blade, titanium armor, and magicite boots.
With no additional effects.
Cursed.
They're not cursed, but they're sentient.
Yeah.
If
They
they're
are
sentient,
sentient.
that's fine.
Can they impose your will? Is that something Identify tells you?
They impact your will. So you guys have already discovered this. Your will can override Titanium. Titanium literally effectively over time becomes like you. Your scythe would thirst for blood always. And to the point that if someone wielded your scythe, they'd be beholden to it and they'd want to take people and kill people. But with a strong enough will, you can rewrite the will of a Titanium or a Dragonstone or a Magicite blade of a primordial.
For
Redirect.
time, it's a bit like Dr. Octavius,
Yeah.
where the
weapon
arms were
controls
starting
the
to
wielder.
unless you have a
Unless
strong
your
enough will.
will overpowers the weapon.
That said, so the reason that I'm not going into the effects of this armor, you could just don this armor. I will say I don't recommend it. But the reason I'm going into the effects of it, and the reason that it morphed back into that ball, Tridanium, Dragonstone, everything, these are not meant to be items. These are meant to be crafted into items. And yes, if you want them to simply be the ones that Paul did or used, you could, and you get all the same effects. But if you simply wanted to use it as a material and craft something new, then even if there was a lingering of that, by becoming something new, almost like you're teaching the stone, you're not that anymore. Now you're this. The stone would be like the sentient part of this would be much less likely
thinking
to.
of recrafting it into their own weapons. I was just saying, like, is the material itself fucking cursed?
Just so you know, yeah, that wouldn't be crafting it to weapons unless you didn't want them to be efficient.
The
That
will
would be
of
that's
balls
that's
on
for
It's all
armor.
three.
That's for armor, a weapon, and then an accessory would be the easy way to say it. You could remake it into a necklace, boots, gloves, things like that.
I am heading towards clay, by the way.
You know a really good cobbler.
Could make some shoes, huh?
But yes, that is where that is.
All right, cool.
Anything else, Gurgle, that I can help with before you leave? Or Razu?
As of right now.
I mean, the last one was that primordial magic is corrupted. I think we actually would like you to cure that if you can.
You will no longer be able to access Supal's armor, but I don't
Wrong.
even know why
No,
I'm
he's talking
asking
about the
you.
primordial,
Wrong item.
primordial core.
Are you talking about
Primordial
the
core?
The
Earth
earthen
primordial
primordial
Yeah,
core.
wrong item.
Yeah, that.
Oh,
I was
apologies.
specifically asking him if he
I thought
could
you were
cure
asking
that.
about the Titania. I thought you were asking about T'Pol's armor the entire time.
Is it sentient because the armor sentient, or is it sentient because the spirit was put inside of it, though? That's the question that I have.
It's more like it became.
It developed a will because it was being used by Sapal.
It's not so. To clarify real quick before I answer that, Titanium, Dragonstone. So like the primordial stones are not sentient in the sense like they're going to talk to you and be like, go do this thing. They're sentient is if they become an extension of their user's will.
Hey, it's AI.
Sure.
Yeah, kind of.
Again, to the point, and then if you just take somebody's weapon, it still has for the item, it's like, this is what I do. So if you used Razu's scythe and you try to turn it into a club, for example, the weapon itself would be inefficient and ineffective. That's why I've tried not to say sentient, and I've tried to more so say it's alive.
It's been trained.
It's
on
like
certain data.
this is a way better way. It's like a tree. You know, trees are alive, and they have all these different things. Rather like, oh, trees can feel, trees have their ideas or whatever. Like, if you look into that, the whole trees are alive. There's a bunch of science behind it. Titanium would be alive in the same way that a tree is alive.
It's literally the Stormlight Archive, the whole Amistic scene.
Yeah, actually, for someone who's read Stormlight, that's a great way to do it. Of when she's picking up the beads and like
you
each
could
thing,
be fire, but I'm a stick.
and the whole thing is no, like this is what I am. But the only difference with Titanium, as opposed to like your stick, Titanium can be recrafted. You can teach it to be something else.
I mean, you could do that in Stormlight Archive too, but
Potentially. The point is, I was trying to explain with Titanium.
yes.
That's how that works. The intent behind it is, again, that you don't use Sapal's armor, you use it to craft gear. And one might say you have a primordial crafter in your party.
I was just thinking that the material was cursed.
No, the material is actually not cursed.
I
It
don't
is
think
simply,
cursed.
it simply has been
simply
attached.
used by Sapal.
It's simply been used by an individual. You could make an argument it's cursed
I don't think titanium can
from
be
birth.
cursed.
I feel like you could put an individual in it, and in that sense, it would be
Imprison
cursed.
and I don't think you can in titanium.
One of the
Titanium
effects
is
of the primordial stones is that they're immune to curses.
Yeah,
You are
I'm
correct.
pretty sure.
It's also true for your blade, by the way. And Tiku's. Primordial stone. Asking Vorthalax. There we go. We're going to that. Vorthalax looking. I assume you would
His
actually proffer
magic
out and
is-
show it to him.
His magic's different though. I'm pretty sure Gurgle needs to do this.
It was,
I'm asking.
Vorthalax would actually approach and he'd take the stone. Now this, I can do nothing about. However, I can give you direction. There's multiple ways to cleanse this. The easiest is to take it to any of the primordial thrones. And he would hand it back to you. Think of it as the home. For what it's worth, any of them could cleanse that. The most potent, of course, being the earthen. You would find that in Modin. If you want to know where any of the others are, you visited one. The Molten Crown is the primordial crown or throne of fire. Modin is of earth.
That's just on this plane.
Continue.
Real home is actually in the fire.
I'm very aware.
Primordial plane.
You simply asked me how to cleanse them, and I said to take them to the primordial throne, which references to places here on Cantafar. I'm aware that the primal plane, the elemental plane, is actually where they are housed or home. But you don't need to go that far to simply cleanse your stone. Lastly, one using the power of a primordial, properly applied, likely would also be capable of cleansing it. The only danger is that using a primordial's power to cleanse a stone, or the abilities of another primordial, comes with the risk of absorbing that corruption yourself. One might say corrupting your own primordial power.
Interesting. That was it.
Sorry, I couldn't be of more help.
I mean,
So you want to fly? You want to fly?
Knowledge
You want to fly to Laylisk?
Are you saying you want a ride?
I was just saying, you know, we could go together.
Definitely down to ride.
I'd be happy to accompany you to Laylisk.
I know you haven't been out of the city in a while, you know.
do you some good.
I could be 100% convinced to ride versus just, teleporting.
Iris wants a ride.
We
Yeah.
need to give Zephyr a bit more
She wants to
time.
ride that.
After we
Well,
rebuild
that D.
I'm
Baklaval,
saying after we
Dragon.
After we have.
Get
fixed
your
the
minds out of the
city.
gutter.
That makes sense. That makes total sense.
after we
that
rebuild
dragon
Baklaval, I will accompany you to Leylisk, entering the tower itself. Perhaps might not be in your best interest. I may not be a
would-
god anymore, but in her tower, I imagine
100% draw
Leylisk
attention.
would draw the ire and attention of Mistra.
Hey, look. That's okay. It's kind of on the path. I mean, I guess we'll walk by the
I do
crystal eye.
not recommend fighting Mr. right now.
Oh no, this is a
For your party,
this is a
likely the
prison.
most detrimental to fight.
This is a prison break.
He's like, I wasn't expecting you guys to fight this one.
If you didn't know already, this was never gonna be a fight. This was gonna be.
Don't bring him.
This was gonna be a prison.
Again, I can accompany you to Leylisk,
break. I mean,
but I will not
technically-
enter the tower myself.
Technically, if he's
This-
gonna go do some research,
this
I
was
actually
never gonna
think
be a
there's a
fight.
guy you should meet. You know who
Zephyr's
Cheval
there.
is?
Yes.
Maybe it will be a
Yeah,
fight.
he chills in the crystal eye, and
I thought he told you. Miroko and Serval built the Crystal Eye.
I know. But I'm saying he figured something out recently when I was talking to him, and then he went a little crazy. And maybe you should start your investigation with how to help Safari on there. That's all I'm saying. I want to go have a
I've not
conversation with the
spoken
guy.
with Serval in some time. I believe that would be a great idea. Perhaps I'll accompany you as far as the Crystal Eye, and then
We can probably make it the rest of the way.
Totally want to take a scenic trip. That sounds great.
Now, Bahamut has much to contend with and deal with, yes. Is Bahamut, I'm just going to start calling him Bahamut instead of Kirktos, I got to break it. I did it with Vorthalax, struggling with him. Is Bahamut kind of nod? And again, he takes like a very stern and serious stance. He looks at all of you and he says, well, for what it's worth, Baklaval as well as Bahamut stands with you. I will do what I can to help. My only thing that I feel I must say to all of you, as he would look to Vorthalax as he says that, if no vessel is found, judgment will be cast upon Tiamat, Selfarion or not.
Well, guess we better find a vessel.
I hope you do. Well, he kind of gestures his hand, and again,
You wouldn't be willing to true resurrect this guy with his head chopped off, huh? Seems like a pretty convenient solution.
Are we referring to Clay?
No, Sabal.
Oh, Sabal.
He really got his body.
There's no way Bahamut will do that.
Yeah,
the-
Bahamut can't do
Kirtusk,
that.
in no uncertain terms, he says, no.
Well, it was worth a try.
His sentence has been
In fact,
carried out.
while you can no longer feel it, as I believe it was beholden to Tiku, that will never happen again for him.
Just too chaotic or what?
No, he died in
Oh,
Bahamut's
no.
realm.
Yeah, so he's been eradicated.
Yeah.
It's been eradicated.
Oh,
I knew what I was doing.
Judgment has been cast. Got it.
I didn't even have to do it myself.
The realm did
Well,
it.
As he would gesture to the sides of this now cathedral, which is now
Are you
Bahamut's
still
realm.
the champion?
He is not. He is. The power
Yeah.
has been pulled.
No.
Unless
That's a good question.
Can you become
Who
the
is your
champion? No.
champion?
Kane's gone.
I think he needs
He
to find
hasn't
one.
picked one yet.
Oh, I have actually.
Oh,
The one that got away.
you're cool. Yes, you're cool.
My champion does in fact live. In fact, if you find yourself near Cartafel or Stilmakar, and you find that dog, pass judgment for me, would you? Tell Dracul to come home.
I'll kill him.
Wait,
I
wait.
feel like the next
Is
time I see
Dracul?
this guy, he's gonna be a zombie.
Is Dracul actually
Just a
his?
sinking
champion?
feeling I've got.
Yes, that is what he just said. He has already picked someone. He knows they're alive, and he has appointed Dracul his champion.
So Dracul.
All right.
Can you just imagine that? Dracul's in prison to like the Shattered. He's like chained up and everything. All of a sudden, oh.
Or he just pulls a arrow,
Yeah.
busts out.
Hell yeah. Let's introduce some more muscle men into
Really did not expect you to be down bad for Vorthalax. He looks. I described him the same in the Dragon Wars, by the
Every
way.
single
Go
time.
back and watch it.
I know.
But she was Tiku at the
I
time.
was Tiku at the time. She doesn't care.
She looked at
That's
him.
fine.
She looked at him as a meal
Kayla
back
went
then.
way more into that than Iris did.
See, Tiku looked at him.
Iris is into it.
Tiku looked at him as a meal last time. Now Iris looks
Now
at
he's
him
a
as
snack.
a snack. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That kid that far.
So we spend the next month fixing a city.
Hold that thought. So the door would open. As a reminder for you, Clay's in the tower. He's not
I
in
know.
here.
I went all the way down.
So a door, he would spawn doors on the sides of the cathedral. It is no longer like that trapdoor sense. It is instead exits from the cathedral, this main cathedral hall that seems to be the way to exit Bahamut's domain. Accompanied by Vorthalax, assuming that you guys don't have anything else here. I assume you guys would all leave, head back to the high tower.
Okay.
You gotta go back to it.
My other thing.
I would have been doing something with Clay while they were still talking.
Okay. You would be the first to go back.
I would like to re-find him, of course, bringing him to the center of the collapsed rubble. I would start to trace lines in the actual ground, actually burning them with fire, creating actual runes, as I am creating a rune weave that encircles his entire body, and then I would wait for everyone else to arrive.
Okay. A few minutes later is technically when you guys would arrive. You would arrive back to the high tower.
Did
Off
Bahamut
the
come with
high
us?
of completing the of living through the fight, Cubix Ascension, now brought back in line with the atrocities that brought you to Bahamut's domain. Even exiting from that top section, you're still on that larger plane. The smell of blood, the sound of crows and crying that even from a distance is loud enough and many enough to still echo into the high tower. You are again back within Baklaval, a city currently under attack and destroyed. Or
Under siege.
a city attacked would be the better way to say it.
Well,
But you guys all moved down to the base where you would find, again, the dead still that you had lined up before, reverently off to the side. And
My few that I saved. I saved a few.
yes, they actually would already be gone. They told you this before. I think I said this last session, but they would have been going north, even in their fucked up state, to see if there's anything they could do to help, as the guards would be completely disinterested and unsatisfied with simply waiting until they feel better. With that, as you guys would all move down to the base, you would see Kane, who has constructed a circle of runes around Clay.
I'm effectively kneeling at the base of him, my staff over my legs, my head
Didn't
bowed
Clay
almost in
say
prayer.
that Tiku could eat him?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just throwing that out there. Iris doesn't know that, but
Chill.
you guys know that.
Chill.
I wanted to wait until you all arrived. I would like him to be surrounded by friends when he awakes. I don't know when I got granted the power, be it as Bahamut's champion or the wish that I utilized. But my ability to transform into a dragon was not the only knowledge that I've learned. I can bring Clay back. His story does not end here. He still has much to do, and much assistance he can provide. With all of your permission, I will begin.
proceed.
I don't think I get to say anything about this.
You can say proceed.
Proceed.
So dumb.
Kane would slowly get to his feet.
Irish is
leaving-
gonna walk over and pat Nernick on the head.
leaving his staff on the actual ground. He would raise his hands, and fire would actually trace from his fingertips as he almost starts to wave his hands in an intricate pattern. You would see words actually start to appear in flame. Kane does not speak, but almost using the flame itself as a way to convey the story of the rune weave. He writes the story of Clay Beekman, starting from nothing, growing up from nothing, and eventually, with hard work, effort, time, power, strength, everything that Clay Beekman is, he writes into the story, providing context and scope as to who Clay Beekman was, who he is, and who he can and will be. His life, all the way up, making the vineyard, finding a way to use the crystal eye water. Yes, we did discover it was tainted. It was the cause of the dragon sickness, but it still took intelligence and conniving to take that resource and grow the monopoly that he did, the power and wealth that he acquired, all to be ripped and stripped away by Wazari, the bitch. all of that climax, all of that climbing, tanking, down below rock bottom, shattering the earth and ground, bringing him so low and so down to his knees, forcing his story to end in a sewer of all places. But that does not where his story ends. And as the rune weave actually finishes, the true resurrection spell being cast using a 9th level spell, flames would engulf Clay Beekman's body completely and entirely, and in inferno, encapsulating the body, reducing it to ash. And that's where the spell stops. Kane falters for just a moment, the flames traipsing his fingers, almost dying, wisping away into smoke as he almost pauses. It didn't work. And the rune weaving and the flames almost snuff out instantly. All that is left is an ashen corpse on the ground.
Which, before anyone does anything, the smoke that rises up from that corpse seems to take form. Kind of, again, your confusion at the spell not working, you just gained this power. You convinced likely in some capacity from Bahamut, but you feel as if it should have worked. The connection to Clay's soul, everything like that, that was all there. The spell seems to have failed for some other reason. This was not a bar on Clay's soul, nor was this a bar on your own magic, but instead, as a head of a wolf appears in the smoke, and it's just almost like a recorded things. You know, I thought I dealt with everything to make sure this wasn't possible. I swear you had no more ability to revive, but it's all right. I left precautions in play. Sorry. I know that you wanted to see your friend again, but his soul is a little bit useful, so I took it. And then the wolf head would disappear in that smoke. The Whisperer, just in case anyone didn't catch it.
Well, that guy's an asshole.
The fuck?
Well, I mean, at the very least, their plans didn't go out the way they wanted them, so...
How am I alive?
You only had time to do it to one of you, I'm almost positive. process. What the fuck?
I imagine fire just.
At this point, your time of like trying to think is interrupted by what is, for the first time here, a happy sight. A group of about 6 guards is starting to basically shuttle in through that northern entrance that you cleaned up with your mold earth, now actually being separated. Again, a group of about 6 guards with about 30 people, all injured. To the point that all 6 of the guards that are here acting as the guard are actually working to assist to carry people. Additional more of the citizenry working to again prop up and help these individuals as they would bring them in and start to lay them down on the opposite end of where the dead has. As the guards seem to pick up on it instantly. One of the children looking over and saying, "Look, more of the guards survived," and the guards just effectively expertly navigating it. And it's like, "See, I told you it wasn't so bad." And just like quickly ferrying the children off to the other side. One of the guards handing off the person with him to quickly move over towards the reverent dead that you had laid out, and effectively starts to cover them in some blankets and stuff that he has brought in. As a familiar individual would walk up to you guys. Sorry, gotta remember his name. Here we go. As Veros. You would know his name, although you guys have not actually heard his name. This was one of the members of the High Guard that Dracul had sent north. Veros, upon setting down
It's not Veros. Veros is the Yuanti were-rat that one of the Yuanti were-rats that shattered, unless they have the same name.
No, so so I realize these are very, very close. What you're thinking of is Vuros. This guy is Vaeros, which
Varos and Veros.
This would be Veros.
Yeah.
Veros. Okay.
And yes, they are close. This is you are correct, 100%. And I will agree with this one. This is Veros. Varos is the Yuanti wearer.
And there also is Vanis, who's the doctor. Wow. Okay, we got a lot
Listen,
of close
Dragonborn like
names.
their V names.
You're part of the city.
They like the end of the alphabet.
Okay, it's fine.
Make a history check.
X's, V's, Z's,
I'm just very
Y's.
confused. There's a lot of really close names here.
W.
They don't like to be mistaken for wyverns. So
History?
Mm-hmm.
This is bad dice today, guys. It's a bad day. He needs to go into dice jail. Yeah, 14.
14. The names are very close, and we'll say that via your time here, you know that he is familiar with them. This is one of the only situations that I will say, done purposefully, that why they are so close. I will say that you know there's a reason their names all sound so close. But, I apologize, this is Veros. This is not Veros, you are right. Veros, approaching you after helping an older dragonborn set down, whose leg has been looks like it got crushed. It's splinted. He sets him down. Some of the other citizenry that are there go to help him as well. As Veros would come up to you, to the group of you, and you'd be actually the first that he would address here, Iris. He says, "It's good to see you all made it out. Where are the rest of the High Guard and Dracul? We have a report to make. Northern cities. It's bad, but it's recoverable."
Dracul is captured. The High Guard is dead.
No.
That went with him, yeah. Not all the High Guard, but...
Bahamut yet lives. Lift your head. Dracul lives.
Yes.
Even better, Sipal is dead. This battle has been won.
The champion of Tiamat lays dead at Kirktus's feet.
I believe once
A victory indeed, as he would say this very loud, purposely boisterous, and if there is feelings of drama or grief, I would even say that you saw them. He immediately seems to almost like squash them, and turns, and again he looks to the little boy who was just comforted recently. He says, "See, young boy, we even killed Tiamat's champion. Yes, we had some losses, but we've won this day, and we will recover. We'll build it better than ever." This little kid, kind of almost like joyously happy, goes over to one of the older individuals and almost like starts to pat their leg, echoing the response that was just said. He does one other thing, but good.
Is there a statue of Tiamat, or not Tiamat, I meant of Bahamut in this room?
They would
Or
be
anything like that?
so similar to the cathedral hall. The pillars that would support these upper echelons of the floor are actually modeled after many different dragons. And then the main 4 pillars that would actually prop this up.
Now is it modeled after humans?
Sorry, one more time. My thought process just died.
Now,
Dragon.
but now is it modeled? Now is the Bahamut statue modeled after a human?
After a dragonborn.
Dragonborn. Oh yeah. Sorry, I guess he was a dragonborn. Yeah,
Yes,
but
that's
but
why
not,
it threw
but
me
not
off.
a dragon
I was
anymore.
literally
sorry,
about to
sorry.
say it's
Sorry,
modeled
yeah,
after a
yeah.
dragonborn.
I mean humanoid. Yeah.
Humanoid, yes. Yes.
Okay.
The stone itself has seemingly almost even changed in size. Has changed to a dragonborn.
They just like turn like praise Bahamut, and it's a completely different person. And During's like, but that. Oh, that's what they were talking about.
As you notice that, and some of the guards look over to it, you wouldn't be, but the rest of you would be a little bit surprised to see the guards also seem kind of confused, as they just. Odd that the stone could be changed. We don't have time for that. And then they just kind of like shuffle it out. But it is clear to you that they also realize that's not what Bahamut looks like. Bahamut is supposed to be a dragon.
In statue.
Effectively, yes. But there's
You're
currently.
telling me the Shattered changed the architecture?
They would recognize it.
And made it look like Kirktusk?
Do they know no levels of depravity?
Oh no. Okay, never mind. I'm not going there.
Good. Do you have something?
Oh, is they gonna say anything else?
Yes, he did have one of them. So effectively, what
I do
Deus
something
is
bad,
going to
but-
do, at this point, he calls to one of the guards and he says, "Go, spread word. Sir Paul has fallen. Our city stands, and we have won this day." This guard, looking very worn, his right arm is bleeding profusely. It looks like he was stabbed in his bicep by a weapon of some kind, likely a dagger from the shallowness of the wound. But he nods, the arm now wrapped, but he's still kind of holding his hand on it. He says, "Very well." And he immediately takes off running as fast as he can. It's more of like a fast walk, but you can tell he's trying to hustle. He's just exhausted and wounded. But he would run off, and even within a few moments of him walking out, you would hear him start to, much like a crier, call out that the battle is won. Sapal has fallen, and Bahamut still lives. Is that what that was, or do you have something?
No, I'm gonna cast Conjure. I know this isn't technically what it's used for, but Conjure Minor Elementals to make me have an aura of elementals to start cleaning up the tower, combined with like mold earth and like elementals and a bunch of them, but abilities to like clean out the tower so the tower can be the rallying point.
So you
if
conjure
will.
minor elementals. So you have like tiny little earth elementals, water elementals,
Yeah,
fire
yeah, yeah.
elementals. Like
To-
the earth
to,
elementals
like,
pick up
clean.
the earth. The fire elementals like literally like weld it into place, and the water elementals like flash
Yeah, that's
freeze
the
it.
idea.
That's so cool.
That's the idea.
As you're starting to work to repair the high tower, which, for what it's worth, and Iris would know this as well, there would be no greater way, even though it almost would be seen as prideful to do the high tower before the citizenry. There's no better way to help the city recover than to repair the high tower.
Well, it's like a gathering point also, right? Like
Not
it's to
only
make
that,
it-
but it's a point of protection. These civilians who now are afraid, and many of them hurt and things like that, they look to the high tower for protection, and seeing it broken would be like this immense, almost like impending doom kind of feel. So again, this would even further motivate you to repair the high towers. The faster that this tower is repaired, the faster the city, and when I say the city, I mean the people, can recover.
We'll realize that it is safe.
Exactly.
And I'll spare the dying as they come in as well to make sure nobody like dies.
Okay.
To, like
Is
staunch
your-
their wounds.
as you're starting to clean up, I say clean up, like clean up the tower, help the individuals that come in clean up and treat wounds as you can. I assume the rest of you are helping in this regard as well.
Yep.
And then I'll rest as soon as I can so I can cast Control Weather and start to like put out the fires and stuff.
Okay. Before you're able to get to the rest, so again, I'm going to say over the next hour, you guys are now starting to do on this, and like a few hundred people are sheltered into the high tower. And as they're sheltered in the high tower, some of the guard are coming from the east and west sectors, are coming and actually taking some of them to the different points within Baklaval, to the parts of the city that aren't destroyed, as both those sectors didn't even get hit. The southern sector that you were in got hit a bit. The northern sector was truly the sector that seemed to be their target, where they destroyed.
Any life-threatening wounds, I would use a spell slot to cast Cure Wounds on.
Okay.
I would use every single spell slot I have except for 8th level, which is...
Okay. So for the sake of this, again, you guys are spending the majority of the rest of this evening. Is again, it is very late. You guys have a very long day. You would be unbelievably.
We're ready to go.
I would say you'd be unbelievably exhausted if not for that. But with that, you're still unbelievably exhausted. But at least you can function. As you kind of get to, getting to the end of this,
the caffeine, guys.
Iris, as you kind of like finish and you kind of had that exhausted, like hit the wall, kind of like slouch down and hit, and you're like, okay, it's time for me to take a rest. As Veus would come up to you and he says, I apologize for interrupting you while you're resting. Now that there's not many eyes here. Dracul said in the event of his death, I was to report to you. I've validated your claims and gotten approval from some of the other leaders. We look to hold trial tomorrow, and we'd like you to speak as a witness against the traitors among us.
Oh. Yeah. I can do that.
Thank you.
Also, Dracul's not dead yet. He will become the new champion, and he will return.
You'd smile. Me and my brothers would like that. And this time, like before, he immediately seemed to close it off. But now, with his back to all the citizenry, with only Iris being the one that can see him, you clearly see tears that just start to stream down his face. He says, I think we always knew it ended this way. He kind of wipes his face, and he just sits next to you.
I'll put my hand on him, and then just like lean on his shoulder while I rest. Not to think. Alma didn't fall either. He just has another mission.
Yeah. Perhaps they will find the glory that we always deserved. And at this point, he effectively would just pass out right there.
Yeah, I'll just like have my shoulder and then lean against him and fall asleep.
And as you guys would again help to clean or to do your best to save as many as possible this night, that is where we're going to end. We shall pick this up next week for the we'll say the reformation plan for Baklaval. The restoration plan would be better. The restoration plan for Baklaval, as well as to see what the next steps of the Cubix Ascenders journey will be. Bye-bye, guys. See you next week.
Books on the table, dice in a scatter of stars. Maps on the monitor, snacks in a circle of arms. Every rule book's a portal, stacked by the camera light. We press start on another world from the table tonight. Roll to quest, we're chasing stories with our best friends. Every number is a new step through the pages, past the borders, to the edge of what comes next. Roll to quest, laughing louder than the plot suggests. If we fail, we try the next, side by Starship Kids next, we're a village rescue. We get lost in the side jokes, forget where the main quest went. But the journey is the treasure, and the time's well spent. Roll to quest, we're chasing stories with our best friends. Every number is a new step through the pages, past the borders, to the edge of what comes next. Roll to quest, laughing louder than the plot suggests. If we fail, we try the next, side by side. Friday night is roll to quest. Who knows what we'll play tomorrow? Who cares as long as you're here? Every season, every borrowed world feels like home when we appear. Roll to quest, we're chasing stories with our best friends. Every number is a new step